Hello everybody, and welcome. Welcome to the final 12th day of the 12 days of Nintendo DS. I hope you guys are doing well tonight, and Merry Christmas from me and Annie, who's sitting over here, to all of you guys. I hope you guys had a nice day if you were celebrating. If not, then I hope you just have a nice holiday season in general. But welcome, welcome.
Hello.
Annie's here in the room with me hanging out. Hello, Uchi. I had a pretty nice day today. I hope you guys did too. I know it's a special day for a lot of folks. And it's a special day in that today is our final day of DS variety streams. We've been doing a little bit of a Nintendo DS game from my childhood for the last 12 or I guess 11 days now. We're visiting one of the games from, I don't know, when I used to play games from the DS as a kid. I haven't really played them since then. And the last one that we're going to be revisiting tonight is going to be Pokemon Platinum, which was the only game I could really ever say was like, that's my Pokemon. That's the Pokemon I played a lot of. I was probably not good at it, but I definitely played a lot of it, and I definitely enjoyed it. So we're going to revisit it tonight and see what I think of it a lot of years later.
She said no.
It's our Pokemon. I've already seen that a few folks in the chat. I really liked this game, so that made me happy. I was hoping that this would be a fun pick for Christmas for a slightly longer DS stream. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys some beans for being here when we're starting, and I'm gonna go ahead and take a moment to say hello to you guys. Uchi has hammer and sickles in the chat for our Pokemon.
Oh dear.
Hello Uchi, hello Marth, hello Quill and Jack McBride. Hello Chirito, Merry Christmas to you guys. Hello Nefudis, Merry Christmas. Hello Sparkle Wolfie and Game God Hunter. I hope you guys enjoy the stream tonight. Let's see here. Welcome to Jack McBride and Horfox or Civ. Civ, enjoy your haul of stuff. Sounds like an exciting bunch of game stuff to plan to get. Should be fun. Especially if you like hunt for deals and get some of it cheaper. That should be a good time. Hello Tensai Blitz. Welcome, welcome. No. I did say hi to Marth. I did, I think. Hello, Derp of the Mega. Good to see you too. And CNX15, welcome. And Viotech. I think that's everybody. If I missed anyone, I didn't mean to. Oh, Parsek's here. Hello, Parsec. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well today, Mr. Parsec. Platinum was just after Nefuda stopped playing Pokemon, so you're not very familiar with it. I played a Pokemon before Platinum. I played Pokemon Red for the Game Boy Color. Or I guess for the Game Boy. I had like a Game Boy Color that was passed down to me from like a family friend. And I played a little bit of Pokemon, but I got the game like confiscated from me by my mother because she like asked me what it was about, and I was like maybe 5 or 6 at the time. I was like, you get pets and you trap pets and then you use them to kill other people's pets. And she didn't like that description, so I didn't get to play much Pokemon Red. I still don't know what happened to that cart to this day. Single tear. All right, without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and jump on over to the DS and the intro of Pokemon Platinum. You used the word kill. I think I did. I have like a recollection of that's why things went so wrong. Like I think I remember maybe where we were in the car around my childhood town, like talking with my mom about Pokemon, and her being like, "What?" from like the front seat.
Mike ruining video games for himself.
Welcome, Barthas. Okay. Let's go ahead and switch on over here. We're listening to the final music for us here from the 3DS music library is the activity log music is what we were listening to tonight. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring that down here. Shiv says you were rapturing the Pokemon, cleansing them. Yes. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and jump on over to the DS itself with Pokemon Platinum.
How did you manage to play Pokemon Platinum if you weren't allowed to play the other one?
Well, it was a lot later. They didn't have a problem with it. I forget if there was any big to-do when I asked for a Pokemon game for my DS. I don't think there was. Currently, this is really loud in my ears, but I don't know if I care. Looks kind of loud for you guys too. We'll turn it down in a minute, but not yet. We'll savor the intro. What'd you say? Look at those graphics. Yeah, I had Soul Silver and Heart Gold. I remember those being really good too, or I had one of the two, I forget. I no longer have that cart. I remember that being a really good game as well, but this was definitely like my Pokemon. Yeah, it's just really wicked loud. I'm gonna turn it down in a minute, but it's really loud right now. Cat Jam is a cat bopping 10. It's like Pug Please, but a cat. I know, it doesn't show up on an iPad. Alright. There's Giratina, the title screen. Alright, I'm gonna turn down that sound a little bit because that was quite loud. Let's make it so you guys can like hear me and the game at the same time without it being blaring loud. What an ominous start screen, isn't it? I feel like it's very different than Platinum and Pearl. Or sorry, Diamond and Pearl. I think I remember renting one of those two from the library once, and it had very different intro. Has Metroid music? A little bit. Yeah, it kind of does. Let's see here. Yeah, I liked Soul Silver a lot because you could have the Pokemon out walking with you. And actually, I had the Pokewalker, the little accessory for a while. But, yeah. This one's my Pokemon, I think. It was a little, like, pedometer that you could have your Pokemon out with you, like, outside the game. It was a little pedometer. You could see your, like a Tamagotchi pedometer Pokemon that you could, like, have walking around with you. It was cool. It was really cool. They're really rare now. I don't think I still have mine. All right, let us begin. All right. Hello there. It's so very nice to meet you. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. Is this Rowan? My name is Rowan. It is Rowan. However, everyone just calls me the Pokemon Professor. Before I go any further, is this your first adventure? If you need advice, I'm certainly capable of giving it. Control info, adventure info, no info needed. No info needed for now except the information on how to turn up the text scroll speed. This world is widely inhabited by creatures known as Pokemon. Here, I have a Pokeball. Touch the button on the middle of the Pokeball, if you'd please. That's so slow. It's Baneri! We humans live alongside Pokemon as friends. At times we play together, and at other times, we work together. Some people use their Pokemon to battle and develop closer bonds with them. What do? I conduct research so that we may learn more about Pokemon. Also, just cheers to you guys. Welcome, Curse Blessing. Now, why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself? Are you a boy or are you a girl? We are a boy. You don't really get to do a whole lot to make your character in Pokemon, or at least not in the earlier games. In the newer games, you can customize what you look like, but... What is your name? I've gone with Wrist for all the other games that we've done, but I think I'm going to go with Mike for this one. Just for fun. And because we're going to play this one for a few hours, and I don't know. This one's special. Your name's Mike? Yes. Okay, so, you're Mike? A fine name that is. Sorry, Uchi. This boy here, I believe he's your friend. What might his name be? I know the default name for your rival is Barry. I think we could go with... I didn't even see what just got banned from Uchi. Thanks, Uchi. Whatever you got, thanks. Appreciate you. I think we're going to go with Ethan for our rival's name.
Oh, well. He's not even in the chat to defend himself.
That's okay. Ethan, is it? That's your friend's name? That is my friend's name. For Ethan? Dude, Barry's cool. All right, Mike, the time's come. Shoutouts to Ethan. Your very own tale of grand adventure is about to unfold. On your journey, you'll meet countless Pokemon and people. I'm sure that along the way, you'll discover many things, perhaps even something about yourself. How are the gatos? They're really good, Bio. We gave them a bunch of toys today, and they enjoyed the toys a lot. We also gave them some treats that they went like nuts for. So they had a pretty good Christmas. And some like cat beds. They're doing well. Their mom was looking out for them and got them a bunch of cool stuff. Now go on, leap into the world of Pokemon. Yeah, I had a pretty nice Christmas. We woke up and had like a nice slow morning and shared gifts with one another and just hung out for the most part. I got Annie and I Kindles, and so we spent some time reading with Jeff Bezos. It was a good time. Cheers, Fish Kebab. Have a great night. Nice, Nifudis. My toaster oven air fryer has been super handy for years now. When you don't like actually want to use an entire oven, it's so nice. All right. Pokemon are by our side always. I hope you will understand the meaning of these words. That was the comment left by Prof. Rowan, who has returned to Sinnoh from the Kanto region. That concludes our special program, Let's Ask Prof. Rowan, brought to you by Jubilife TV on Nationwide Net. See you next week. Same time, same channel. All right. We don't have access to the start menu, so I cannot turn up the text speed, and Ethan's here. There you are. Hey, Mike. Did you just see the TV? Sure you did. Prof. Rowan's that really important guy who studies Pokemon, right? That means he must have lots and lots of Pokemon. If we ask him, I bet he'd give us some Pokemon. No. Do you actually? Martz, I had that same official strategy guide. No way. That's cool. Martz says they have like a full-on book. I had that book as a kid. I don't anymore. Actually, I think we might have thrown it out when we were moving. Maybe. I think I might have looked at it and been like, I don't need this anymore. Maybe I didn't. Maybe it's in the other room. It might be in the other room. I'm not gonna go check for you guys, but it might be. Oh hey, is this a new PC? Where was I? He's just running around our room in the game talking to us. Yet another $500? It's not worth $500. Neither the Pokewalker or the Pokemon Platinum official strategy guide are worth $500. No way. Right. We're gonna go see Prof. Rowan and get some Pokemon. I'll be waiting outside. Okay, Mike, if you're late, I'm fining you 10 million. Very industrious lad. It's a Wii. It's controlled by a Wii remote. We have a PC, a TV, and a Wii in our bedroom. That's pretty cool. The X button opens the menu. Oh, that menu looks way better than I remember it looking. Text speed fast, stereo sound. We can change how we want the menus to look. That one's cool. It's like a Pokeball. I like all the designs they give you. It's cool. We're going with type 6. Hello, Walking on the Sun. Welcome, welcome. Merry Christmas to you too. Is this one with a 3D bag? Looks like it was Soul Silver. This just has a regular bag menu. Okay. It's our mom. Mike, Ethan already left. I don't know what it was about, but he sure was in a hurry. Thanks, Mom. Oh yes, Mike. Don't go into the tall grass. Wild Pokemon might attack you. It would be okay if you had your own Pokemon, but you don't, so. Well, take care, sweetie. Technology just blows me away. I mean, now you can play with people around the world wirelessly. Twin Leaf Town, fresh and free. Free. Our Twin Leaf Town. You're off to hang out with Ethan. You're off to hang with Ethan, right? You two sure are tight. You had porterhouse steaks for Christmas dinner while watching Jingle All the Way. What'd you do for Christmas dinner? We had leftover black bean soup. We're leaving for a trip soon, and so we didn't want to get a whole bunch of food and cook a bunch and then have a bunch of leftovers that we were gonna like let go bad. So we just ate leftovers with some sparkling pear juice and some chocolate covered pretzels. It was good. Thud. Look at the text distortion on that. What was that about? Oh, hey, Mike. Hey, I'm gonna go see Prof. Rowan. You should come too, and quickly. Oh, geez, forgot something. Okay. You got a Switch Lite today? Congrats, Digars. That's awesome. Had you played the Monster Hunter games on Switch yet? I forget. I apologize. I can't remember. If not, enjoy Monster Hunter Rise and Generations Ultimate. That's a great gift. Oh, hi, Mike. You looking for Ethan? He was gone for a second, but then he came running right back home. He just can't sit still, that boy. I wonder who he takes after. This is the last time Game Freak made a third version of a game. I guess you're right. I better take my bag and journal too. Oh, hey, Mike. I'll be waiting on the road. It's a 10 million fine if you're late. Whoops. We can't run yet, so we're walking really slowly. Alright. Hello, Ethan. Too slow. Alright, let's get moving to Prof. Rowan's lab. What? Don't go into the grass, right? No worries, no problem. Doesn't matter that we don't have any Pokemon. Trust me on this one, I've got an idea. Now listen, you know how wild Pokemon jump out when you go into tall grass? What you do is, you scoot over to the next patch of grass before any wild Pokemon can appear. If we just keep dashing, we can get to Sandgem Town without running into wild Pokemon. Okay, stick with me. Here it goes! On your marks! Hold it! Oh, the professor found us before we did our bad idea. You two don't seem to have any Pokemon between you. Then what's the meaning of going into the tall grass? Just a bunch of silence back and forth. Hey Mike, this old guy. It's Prof. Rowan, isn't it? What's he doing here? They tried to go into the tall grass because they wanted Pokemon. What to do? Their world would surely change if they were to meet Pokemon. Is it right for me to put them on that path? You two, you truly love Pokemon, do you? Yes. Me too, I love Pokemon too. I will ask you once again. You truly love Pokemon, do you? What? You can ask 100 times. The answer will never change. We'll both answer 100 times. We love Pokemon. Right, Mike? Yeah. A pair of reckless kids who foolishly tried to enter tall grass without Pokemon of their own? It worries me what people like that would do with Pokemon. Well then forget about me, but give a Pokemon to my friend here. I mean, it was me who tried to go into the tall grass and all. How big of you? Very well then, I will entrust you two with Pokemon. I apologize for putting you through that exercise. However, you must promise me that you'll never recklessly endanger yourselves again. Or something like that. Welcome, Arcane Doctrine. I think I chose Chimchar when I played this game before. I'm tempted to again. Now, where? It's Dawn! Professor Rowan, you left your briefcase at the lake. Oh, is something wrong here? Ah, there it is, Dawn, nice work. What I was about to do was to entrust these two with their own Pokemon. Pardon? These Pokemon are hard to replace, you sure about giving them away? We exist side by side with Pokemon. There comes a time when people should meet Pokemon. There's a world that should be explored together. For them, today's that time. The place right here. Go on, open the briefcase and choose a Pokemon. Really? Prof. Rowan, I can't believe it. I'm so happy now that I can't keep a straight face. Hey Mike, you can choose first. I'm practically a grown-up, so I have to show some class here. Look, these are Pokeballs. There's a Pokemon in each one. Now choose, which Pokemon will it be? Turtwig, Chimchar, or Piplup? I gotta do Chimchar. Then I choose you. I'm picking this Piplup. Very well. Both of you have chosen a good Pokemon, it seems. Now listen well. No shiny, reset. Oh yeah, you're right. That's what we're actually doing here. We're gonna sit here and read through this initial dialogue like 8 million times.
I would have chosen the other.
The blue one, the Piplup. Are you watching? Ah, okay. Piplup's cool too. Both of them are neat, but I like Chimchar. I had Chimchar when I was a kid. Now listen well. The Pokemon you've been entrusted with are unfamiliar with the world. In that regard, they're much like you. As fellow newcomers to the world, I hope you'll do well together. If you have any trouble, come see me at my lab in Sandgem Town. And now we'll be on our way. Professor, wait for me, please! I'm sorry, please let me pass. How do you like that? Prof. Rowan's really nice. On TV, he seems so stern and scary. Hey, Mike, we've both got Pokemon now. There's only one thing to do, right? Are you up for this? I've always wanted to say this. The time has finally come. Mike, I challenge you to a battle. I'm challenged by Pokemon trainer Ethan. What in the? That one hurt you? What's the button to see what something does? Oh, well, I used Leer. They used Growl. Their defense fell. Okay. Is this how playing Pokemon on stream works, Uchi? If you lose battles, you just have to gift chat subs. No way! We can keep going. This is where we hit our stride. Hello to Draconic Stormy X. Welcome. Merry Christmas to you. He just keeps using Growl. He does keep just using Growl. Oh, he finally used Pound. Doesn't matter at this point. The foe's Piplup fainted. Chimchar gained 70 experience points. Did it give me a chance to name my Chimchar? I don't think it did. Chimchar grew to level 6. I don't even know. Is this VGC Finals? At some point we're gonna have to talk about how I just don't know anything about Pokemon combat, and I just like always mash through it. I'm in these games just for the cute Pokemon. I've never really learned how to play them very well. Ooh, let's go home. I'm beat after that battle. My Pokemon needs rest too. See ya, Mike. I just like the cute Pokemon, and I like the towns you go around. I don't know. Collecting is fun too. I've never really been like, I don't know, never been one to get into like the technicals of like, I'm gonna make this one's moveset super geared around this particular synergy of moves, and like just That's the last of the coffee. What's the matter, dear? Wow, that's what happened to you? You and Ethan are really lucky to have met Professor Rowan. Imagine if you didn't. I wouldn't like to think what the wild Pokemon might have done to you two. Go see Prof. Rowan and thank him properly for your Pokemon. His lab is in Sandgem Town, isn't it? Now that you have your own Pokemon, the tall grass won't be so threatening. Oh, I know. Mike, put these on. Received a pair of running shoes. This is obviously the best Pokemon game because you get running shoes in the first 2 minutes. Going to Sandgem Town is like an adventure in itself, right? With these running shoes, you can get to faraway places much faster. Let me read the instructions. Press the B button and dash about faster than ever before. Put on the running shoes and blaze new trails of adventure. Thanks, Mom. Isn't that just nifty? Can you show your Pokemon's nature and personality? You have handwritten notes on what they mean. Okay. Our Chimchar is cute. Quiet nature. It's strong-willed and likes dry food. It has the Blaze ability. Powers up fire-type moves in a pinch. This UI has nice noises. It's been so long since I booted up one of these games. No, it doesn't let you there. Nope. Usually that's something where you have to go and talk to a certain person in the world who can change names. I think it's probably going to give me a chance when we talk to the professor. It's odd that it didn't let us name it. Too slow. Mike, I'm sick of waiting. I'm going to go see Professor Rowan so I can thank him properly. I had this great idea. Listen up, okay? You know that lake where we always play at? You know how they say a legendary Pokemon lives there? You guessed it. Let's catch that Pokemon. That'll make Professor Rowan happy, I'm sure of that. Me and you together, we've got nothing to fear. We'll just tackle it to death. It'll be fine. Why? I'm not impersonating actual Ethan.
I know.
Alright, we're at the lake. Get ready, because we're capturing that legendary Pokemon.
It reminds me of like young Mike talking about the video.
Trust me on this one, it's here. It even says so on the sign. That's cool, Marth. What's going on? The flowing time. The expanding space. I will make it all mine one day. Cyrus is my name. Remember it. Until then, sleep while you can, legendary Pokemon of the lake bed. Allow me to pass. Step aside. What was that about? Weird guy. Okay, Mike, let's catch that legendary Pokemon. Did you hear that, Mike? That was a legendary Pokemon crying. That had to be it. This is our chance. Let's catch it. Wait, what? We don't have anything on us. You know, Pokeballs. P-O-K accent E balls? If we don't have those, we can't catch Pokemon or take them around with us. I can't believe it spelled that out. Do you think Professor Rowan would give us some if we asked him? You know, you remember what he said, don't you? He said to visit him in his lab if we needed anything. Okay, Mike, I'll race ya. First one to the professor's lab in Sand Gym Town rules. I wonder what Pokemon are here in the grass. Let's find out. A Starly. No more coffee. I think in recent years when I've played Pokemon, like when I've played Pokemon for the 3DS, I've focused a lot more on collecting most of the Pokemon in each area before progressing. It's been something, I don't think I did that as a kid. I think as a kid I just kind of battled my way through, like just kind of unga bunga. Wild Pokemon lurk in tall grass. They can come bursting out at any time. If you're wanting to battle wild Pokemon, just walk in tall grass. If you want to avoid wild Pokemon, then stay out of the tall grass. Okay. It's a Bidoof! I got a crit. I've realized I have nothing insightful to say about Pokemon combat while it's occurring. We learned Ember. That's nice. Wait, did it say that Chimchar was strong-willed? It did. Quiet nature, strong-willed, likes dry food. Yeah. Combat takes a while to pick up anyway. Yeah. Just as like somebody playing a game for others to watch, I have like nothing much to say. It's like we're gonna use Scratch again. We got Scratch, we're gonna use Scratch. Now at least we have Ember to choose from. Don't be shy. Talk to anyone and everyone you happen to see. By talking to people, you'll get invaluable information and advice. Thank you, signpost. If your Pokemon's health, that is its HP, is getting low, you should go home and get some rest. Okay. I like that there's snow on the ground in this game. It feels slightly thematic because we're snowy outside now. That also means that it's talented in special defense. Interesting. What's your favorite Pokemon in the Sinnoh Dex? If Apom is in here, I really like Apom a lot. Apom is my favorite Pokemon. You think of snow when you think of this game? Yeah. It's neat that like this game thematically they changed up a little bit from Diamond and Pearl. I think it's cool. Just the presentation is slightly different. How your character looks, that kind of thing. Apom is Johto, but Ambipom is Sinnoh. Oh, I don't like Ambipom very much. Oh, there you are. Please come with me. The professor's waiting. The music's cozy. This is it, our Pokemon research lab. Let's go. Oh, thud. What the? Oh, it's you, Mike. An old guy. He's not so scary as much as he is totally out there. Doesn't matter, Mike. I'm out of here. See you later. Wow, what was that? Your friend sure really seems to be in a hurry. Or seems to be really impatient, rather. Well, anyway, let's go inside. Well, well, look who's here. Mike, was it? Let's have a look at your Pokemon. I see. This Pokemon seems to be rather happy. Entrusting you with that Chimchar was no mistake, it seems. Well, would you like to give it a nickname? There we go. Yeah, I was thinking I want to do a coffee name. I gotta Google something. Hang on. You know me too well, Annie. We're naming him Chaff. Chaff is the outside part of a coffee bean that falls off, or like is burnt off when exposed to high heat. Okay, I see. And you're happy with that nickname? I am, at least. When I first saw you two about to step into the tall grass without Pokemon, I was shocked. I was astounded by these foolhardy children. But now you've astounded me in an entirely different way. Already there's a bond growing between you and that Pokemon. I feel privileged to have met you. I'm sure Chimchar feels the same way about you. That's why I'll ask you to cherish that Chimchar of yours. I'm so glad you're kind towards Pokemon. If you weren't, I'd have to... Oh, I just can't say it. What? I don't even know what she would do. Take our Pokemon away? Let's move on to the main topic. There's something... The dialogue in this game is odd. More odd than I remember it. There's something I want you to do for me. Allow me to properly introduce myself first. My name, as you know, is Rowan. I study Pokemon. First of all, I want to know exactly what kinds of Pokemon live in the Sinnoh region. To do so, it is necessary to collect data using the Pokédex. This is what I wish to ask of you. I want to entrust you with this Pokédex. Will you use it to record data on all the Pokemon in Sinnoh for me? Yeah. Good answer. We obtained the Pokédex. That Pokédex is a very high-tech device. It will automatically record data on every kind of Pokemon you encounter. I ask that you go everywhere and meet every kind of Pokemon in this region. I've got one too. When you walked up Route 201 with your Pokemon, what did you feel? I've lived for 60 long years. Even now, I get a thrill when I'm with a Pokemon. Now, you should know that there are countless Pokemon in this world. That means there are just as many thrills waiting for you out there. Now go! Mike, your grand adventure begins right now. The Pokemon that I met for the first time was a Turtwig. If you'd have chosen a Turtwig on Route 201, we'd have the same Pokemon map now. Somehow I doubt that's the case. I bet it rotates so she has the one that you and your friend didn't pick each time. Not that it matters, but anyway, I'm done. I also helped the professor add pages to the Pokédex. So in a sense, I'm just like you. I just got a little head start on you, that's all. I'll be happy to teach you things. Glad to meet you, Mike. Out we go. It's Dawn again. Mike! I have something good here. You should take this as well. Obtained TM27. I forgot to give you a TM right off the bat. That's the technical machine. That one contains the move Return. Using a technical machine, or TM for short, teaches a move instantly to a Pokemon. Bear in mind, however, that a TM is single use only. The move Return gains power the more friendly your Pokemon is with you. It's up to you, of course, if you want to use that with TM or not. I suppose I did, Uchi. I'll send you off with the wish that your journey will be fun. Oh wow, I didn't know the professor had TMs. Was he a trainer when he was young? Okay, Mike, I'll act as your mentor. I've got a bit more experience than you as a trainer and as the professor's assistant. Follow me. This building with the red roof is the Pokemon Center. It's the place that heals Pokemon that have been hurt in battle. You can find a Pokemon Center in most towns. The building with the blue roof over here is the Pokemart. It's a shop where you can buy and sell items and medicine. Since you're a novice trainer, you won't be able to buy many kinds of merchandise. Don't let it bother you. Oh yeah, that's right, Mike. Don't you need to let your family know that you're going to be helping Professor Rowan with the Pokedex? You may need to go far away, so I think you should let someone know. But before you go, heal up your Pokemon at the Pokemon Center. It'll be a lot less scary that way. Okay, bye! Bye, Dawn. I forget if they let you buy Pokeballs yet. I don't think they do. Oh, we can buy Pokeballs. Buy 10? I did. You also get a Premier Ball as an added bonus. It's just a bonus Pokeball. There are different types of Pokeballs that are like stronger and will catch stronger Pokemon, or that will catch certain types of Pokemon better, but I think that one's just a bonus one. It also looks a little different. It's white. So I don't forget what's happened till now. I'd better save this. There, now I can take a break. Thank you, woman in the sand. Saving a lot of data. Don't turn off the power. Oh wow, Pokemon are so cool. You can make yours battle and make them stronger. Wish I had some. It's so cool. 219. This is cool. I don't remember here. Ooh, what's this? An antidote. Cool. You must be able to go further down this way when you have a Pokemon that can swim. Yeah, I don't remember them having any mechanical differences either walking on the sun. Yep, you need a Pokemon that can swim so you can ride on it and go through the water. Who are you? Oh, you're Mike? Hey, you're doing that Pokedex thingy for the professor. That's the same as my big sister. Go for it. Oh, this must be Dawn's house. Ah, so that Rowan fellow's back. He's quite the remarkable man. He's been studying Pokemon since way, way back. My son and grandchild help Rowan with his studies now. That thing you have, it's a Pokedex, isn't it? You're off to see all kinds of Pokemon now. Lucky you. That's an amazing emote, Uchi. So snowy. That's awesome. That's a global emote. It's Ricardo Flick with snow on top of it. Pokemon grow steadily stronger from battling against other Pokemon. At first, you should take it easy though. Heal your Pokemon regularly at Pokemon Centers while you're leveling them up. A good trainer is one that takes care not to let their Pokemon faint from losing HP. You combo it with any emote? Yo, that's cool. There's Ristra Dance with snow. That's cool. Thanks, Uchi. Alright, well, we should rest up at the Poke Center. Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center. We restore your tired Pokemon to full health. Would you like to rest your Pokemon? Yeah. Thanks for waiting. We've restored your Pokemon to full health. What a low-key version of the Pokemon Center theme. Do you see the PC over there, that fancy blue one? If you've got Pokemon with you, it's free to use. See ya. I like that the exit menu prompt in this game is "See ya." We're saying like just we're at a computer and we're done with the computer for the day. We're just like "See ya." Whoops.
Are they saying see it to the computer?
Yeah, the computer. The top floor of any Pokemon Center is the Pokemon Communication Club. There you can have all sorts of fun with your friends. I don't think any of the wireless features for this game would still work. Maybe local wireless, but not online stuff anymore. I'm pretty sure all the DS wireless stuff has been down for years now. Alright. Hey Dwarven Man, welcome. Alright, we're gonna head back and talk to our mom in just a moment here, but I'm gonna go use the bathroom, so I'm gonna step away from the stream for just a moment. Let's see here. When I get back, we're gonna go ahead and keep playing Pokemon Platinum. Try and catch our first Pokemon. See you guys shortly. Alright, I'm back. You were in the Platinum Player Plaza when Nintendo Wi-Fi went down forever. The last train ever out of the plaza. That is cool. This music's so pleasant. It is nice. Okay. We're back. No sound? You should be able to hear me. Wait, not no sound? Oh, no sound. Never mind. I get it now. When I was talking with you, they were like, no sound. Now there's sound. Thanks for the welcome back, Digit Artist. Okay. Let's head back to our home to say bye to our mom. And let's catch some Pokemon. Let's try our new move, Ember. It looks cool. Oh, did it burn them? Uh-oh, we might not be able to capture them. The burn might kill them. It's like, nope, actually it's like the perfect HP. Take this bird to the Elite Four. We might. Whatever the final evolution of Starly is, I remember it being pretty good. Had some presence to it. At least isn't like Black and White 2, where several heavily advertised features become gimped or inaccessible altogether less than 2 years after launching. That's a bummer. Starly, the Starling Pokemon. They're weak individually, they form groups. However, they bicker if the group grows too big. Give a nickname to the caught Starly. I'm not gonna be able. Mr. Cotton's bird? Why? Hmm? Cotton's. Oh. I don't think there's enough space for Cotton's bird, but I can name him Cotton. Hi, I work at a Pokemart. Did you know that a Pokemon's health is measured by HP? I did know that. They gave me a potion. That's nice.
Uchi, I was ready.
There's another Starly. We don't need another one. Figure we'll go back here and heal up the Starly we just caught and try and use it as we fight. The way they structure it to have your starter leveled so much higher than every other Pokemon in your party initially is always something I try and overcome as quick as possible. Don't like having the starter just be like the win button. Oh?
Yeah, you don't like it.
That's true. I went so far as like in some of the, when I was a kid, sometimes when I played Pokemon, I would just take the starter and like as soon as I caught another Pokemon, I would just chuck the starter in the PC and not use it. Sword and Shield does a good job of not having your starter be too OP. I played like an hour and a half of Sword and Shield. I got to the wild area and I was like, that's good enough for me. Perfect. Let's not faint to Bidoof. That would be bad, wouldn't it? Oh, there's an item used last button. That's nice. Nothing's wrong with the Bidoof. It's an early Pokemon. It would be sad if one of our Pokemon fainted to it. We caught one. Plump Mouse Pokemon. A comparison revealed that Bidoof's front teeth grow at the same rate as Rattatta's. I am naming this Bidoof Robusta.
Robusta?
Mm-hmm. Especially when later on if it evolves. BRB for real? No worries, Martz. Alright, let's go talk to our mom. We can't just sit here fighting Bidoof and Starly forever. I might go back to that lake area and see if anything else appears there. I get the feeling that something might if we hang around there long enough. Could be. I don't know. Welcome home, Mike. Are you and your Pokemon healthy? Just made dinner. Take a quick rest, dear. Thanks, Mom. What is it, Mike? Wow, Professor Rowan asked you to do something that big? Okay, dear, go for it. Your mom's got your back. I know, Mike. I've got something you'll find useful. We obtained the journal. Put the journal in the key items pocket. That's a journal. It keeps a record of your daily events. Check it and you'll be able to remember what you did last. Gee, a journey full of adventure. I envy you, kiddo. Plus, you're not alone. You have your Pokemon with you. Wish I could go instead. I'm just joking. Yep, Mike, I'll be alright by myself. You go enjoy your adventure. When you're exposed to new things and experience new sensations, makes your mother happy too. Come back sometimes. I would like to see the kinds of Pokemon you've caught, dear. It's Ethan's mom. Excuse me, is Ethan here? Oh, he's not? Then he must have left already. What to do? That boy shouted about going on an adventure, then he bolted. He's so headstrong and reckless. I wanted him to at least take this. Not to worry, Mike will deliver that to him. Won't you, Mike? Oh, really? You do that for me? Please take this to Ethan. A parcel. Bye, Mike. Enjoy your adventure. Let me think. Knowing my boy, he'd probably head straight to Jubilife City. Please take that to my Ethan. Yeah, I want to go by that lake area and see if anything besides Starly and Bidoof show up. This is Starly so far. We get to tackle a lot now. Hey, we got a crit. That's nice. I haven't played any of the, like, 5th gen Pokemon games. Like, I haven't played Black and White or Black and White 2. But I have seen some of the animation, like clips or GIFs of that animation, or the animations of the sprites from those games, and they look really beautiful. Hey, Civ. The quality of the sprites from this game, just with added like bits of little idle animation, it looks really neat. It's not like a common look for sprites in general. Sprites are usually not given that kind of modularity and like movement, so it's kind of neat to see, combined with obviously the scaling and transformation of the DS. I've heard people say that, Uchi. The Bidoof just missed. My attack missed. You're in charge, Robusta. Miss the old style of Pokemon. Ruby and Sapphire were the bee's knees. I don't think I ever played Ruby and Sapphire. I played tons of Emerald. I think I played through all the way of Emerald once or twice, but I must have started Emerald over like a dozen times for whatever reason. I think because it was easy to run on emulators when I had like some really low power, like when I had a really dinky phone, I could run a GBA emulator on it just fine. Hey, Ultimate Mel, all this tackling looks like the NFL. I've realized I can't read the first letters N and F next to one another without thinking of NFTs, and that's kind of a bad mental place to be. It's a bad place to be. They pop up pretty frequently in news these days, yeah. You too, Ultimate Mel. I hope you're having a Merry Christmas. Gonna be hopping on the new Pokemon when it's out? Probably not, Kambushi. Nope. I've played, like, in recent years, whenever I try Pokemon, I play like an hour or two of it and go like, okay, that's cool, and then I stop playing it because it's not Monster Hunter. I like these games for like the cute Pokemon and exploring, and so like I feel like if I had a lot of free time, I might play through all the way of one, but the average gameplay, like, I know that the battles get better than this, what we're currently seeing, like, eventually, but the average gameplay does not really hold my attention very well. I'm not much for turn-based stuff. Yeah, Merry Holidays to you too, Kambushi. Thanks for being here tonight. But I know that, I mean, this was a game that I really loved as a kid, and I know a lot of people really like Pokemon, and so I figured it would be a nice way to end our 12 days of Nintendo DS. So far, we have not found anything by the lake besides Starly and Bidoof. Welcome back, Marths. What's your favorite non-traditional Pokemon game? We tried Pokemon Ranger recently. That was one of the other 12 days of Nintendo DS, and I remember playing that a lot as a kid, but I didn't really like it upon revisiting it. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon was really fun as a kid. I would play that again. I did play that as a kid, and it almost made the list, but I felt like Ranger was going to be a more interesting look at something unique to the DS with the drawing circles on the touchscreen and everything, but in hindsight, I probably should have played Mystery Dungeon. I do. Oh yeah, I got pulled over while playing Pokemon Go. My friend and I had just gotten my driver's license when, like, the year that Pokemon Go came out, and my friend and I were driving around at like 2 in the morning playing Pokemon Go, and he was like, I was not playing while driving, he was watching on his phone. I was like, see where Pokemon were, and he saw like a Scyther or something. I was like, a Scyther, and we swerved across 3 lanes because there's no traffic or anything, and we got pulled over by the cops because they thought we were drunk. What? Oh yeah, it was so early on that they didn't know what Pokemon Go was. It was like just when it came out. I'm sure now cops know what Pokemon Go is, and they're like, gosh, freaking Pokemon Go players, like when they see people walk around doing weird stuff. But they didn't know what it was. I had to explain, like, we're playing a game, I'm not playing a game, but he's playing a game where we drive around in real life, and it's like dictated by the GPS. They were confused. It was before they knew what that was about. It was before Pokemon Go to the polls, it's true. All right, I don't think there's anything here besides Bidoof and Starly. We've tried for a bit. I'd forgotten about that story, Annie.
I have. It's like one of my favorite stories.
It's one of your favorite stories. It's me getting pulled over for playing Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call Pokemon Stadium traditional, but both Pokemon Stadium and Coliseum were pretty fun. Those are good. I would probably put Mystery Dungeon over those for me personally. I guess you couldn't call a Smash Bros game a a non-traditional Pokemon game, could you? I guess not really. It's not really a Pokemon game, even though it's got Pokemon in it. Pokemon Snap's pretty cool too. I never played through all of that as a kid, but I played through some of it on my friend's N64. Smash Bros. Is a Kirby game? You're right. Silly me. Uchi was joking around. It's made by the same company that does Kirby, or at least it was for a while. And the creator of Smash Bros. Is the same creator of Kirby. So it's got some ties, but it's not really a Kirby game. Uchi says, or am I kidding? No, Annie is not a connoisseur of Kirby, which we'll have to change that. You'd like Kirby. Kirby's fun. Yep. I'm just talking about like the actual Kirby games. I think you'd enjoy. They're fun. They're very cute. Yeah. There is a co-op Kirby. Yeah. Oh, our Bidoof fainted. Oof. Beg you to play Subspace Emissary again? I don't think I have a copy of Brawl. I'd have to get a copy. I guess Subspace Emissary does start you off with Kirby. That's fair. It's not that far off from a Kirby game in that way. I don't blame you. He the animation rig they had him on in the original Smash Bros. On the N64 was like the same as Jigglypuff. Smash Ultimate does begin with every character except for Kirby dying. That's true.
What? The intro?
Well, like there's a story mode and it begins with everybody except for Kirby just dying, just getting destroyed. Oh, there's Dawn. She gonna teach us how to catch Pokemon? We already caught some. Oh, that's right. Mike, I haven't shown you how to catch a Pokemon. I'll demonstrate how to catch one. Just watch me, okay? We're good, Dawn. We got this. Oh well. A wild Bidoof appeared. Go, Turtwig. There's lots of Bidoofs and lots of Starlies. Just to give you guys a picture of what's going on in this room, I'm sitting here playing Pokemon with y'all. Annie is here sitting kind of opposite to me, just like at the side of the desk. She's in a rocking chair I have brought in here for her, and she is rocking and knitting while commenting on our Pokemon stream.
I sent a text to my friend earlier. What did I say?
Uchi said,
Finally established grandma status.
because you're knitting. We were gonna try and like cram her in here in the camera, and I realized that like I haven't spaced this out properly for that. We're gonna do a co-op stream soon. We want to.
After New Year's.
Yeah, after New Year's. Before you start school again.
Yeah.
Hey, more Pokeballs. I'm not reading the dialogue, I apologize. If you have lots of Pokemon with you, you'll be safer on long trips. Plus, it'll be a lot more fun. I need to get going. Bye now. I want to catch more Pokemon, other than Bidoof and Starly. I think that is one of the ways I primarily enjoy these games now, is just collecting them. Feels good. I was gonna call it a Jinx, a Sparks, and now it is a Shinx. That is what it is. Go Robusta. You tackle that Shinx. I've realized that most of the names for most Pokemon, even for this game that I played a lot of, have just like completely left my brain. They're not there anymore. I forget stuff in Monster Hunter already. It's sad. Stuff that I've played like recently in the game, like stuff that I've fought recently, I'll forget what the monsters do and stuff like that. It's bad. Yeah, I'm not happy about it. I wish I could retain more information better. Brain feels subpar. Uchi says you do well not to store that info. Fair. Who needs Pokemon names, right? Second and third evolution, Shinxie and Shinxite. It looks like that. It's gonna pop up on your screen in a minute. More space for MH dose knowledge. Yeah, they're cute. Lucario does not evolve out of Shinx. Go Robusta. I like having Pokemon named after coffee stuff, it's fun. Robusta is a type of bean. There's two general, it's like one of the main two plant styles of coffee. There's Robusta and there's Arabica. I don't know what we'll name somebody Arabica, but I don't know who. That's okay. I didn't have a good idea. I wouldn't know what to call this guy. Your platinum team was so solid. I don't remember my platinum team at all, except that of course I had Infernape. I'm trying to think if I remember any other Pokemon that were on it. I probably had a Pikachu that refused to evolve to Raichu. That's the only thing I can probably say was on there, which is very boring. Wonder how far humans would progress if you only had 4 memories, like Pokemon remembering 4 moves. Not well. I probably had Staraptor. That's true, I probably had Staraptor. Maybe, I don't know, I might have gotten rid of one. Alright, our first actual trainer battle. We wouldn't have NFTs. It's fair, we would not have NFTs. We would literally just be like NPCs in a video game. Just we'd have like 4 dialogue lines, that's it. I think we're gonna die to that. Yeah, bummer. Or at least one of our Pokemon fainted to that. Alright, let's have Cotton throw in an attack so it gets some XP off of this, yeah. Ooh, quick attack. Okay, let's switch out. This game is pretty cozy to play. So it's a turn-based game, so you and the enemy take turns having your Pokemon do moves, or if it's a wild Pokemon, you just take moves with it. You take turns with it making a move, and then your Pokemon making a move. You both have a set amount of health, and your goal is to try and wear down the other enemy's health before yours. If you're trying to catch a wild Pokemon, you want to whittle it down to low health, but not actually KO it, so that you can catch it. Any Pokemon that is part of the battle gets some experience points at the end, which level it up. As you level it up, they'll learn new moves that you can swap out for old moves, and eventually they'll evolve into stronger forms of themselves. Different moves have different properties, more than just like more damage or less damage. So, I don't know. It's decent fun. There's no iframes. So.
I don't imagine there would be. If you're just taking turns.
Yeah. We should probably go back and heal our Pokemon. What the heck? Palmetto? Palmetto tipped $144. Why? Thank you. Hang on, I'm gonna pull up, there's probably a note. Really enjoyed the 12 days of NDS. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much, Palmetto. Cheers. I'm glad you enjoyed them. It's been really fun to do. I was unsure how it would feel when I started doing them, but it's been a good time, and I'm glad you've enjoyed them. Thank you so much. Jeez, y'all are extremely generous. Just from the other day on my birthday and just in general, thank you guys so much. I penned a little note in the Discord about just being thankful that folks, I don't know. Yeah, truly. Like 100% of the stuff that's like around me letting me stream right now wouldn't be a thing without people being generous with the stream. $12 by 12, yeah, it is a multiple of 12. I guess that's $12 per 12 DS games. So it's been really fun to tune into. I'm glad you liked it, Nefudis. Like I said, I really wasn't sure if I would enjoy doing it. It was a nice read, Uchi. It was a nice read. Thanks, Uchi. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad I get to do this, but also I'm just glad that people. It's not even just that I get to do this, because that's just about me, right? Like I'm happy that I get to do this because it's fun and it's neat in a lot of ways, like for a lot of different reasons. But also I'm continually happy that people show up and are like genuinely nice to one another and me. That's not necessarily something you can take for granted in a lot of communities and a lot of spaces online. And so I'm thankful for it. Very. Oh, we shouldn't just be wiping Pokemon with our starter. Did we go back and heal yet? No, we did not. Yeah, most recently I've been stressing out about storage space because I've started streaming at a higher resolution and locally recording at the same time for VODs and for the sake of being able to reuse footage if I ever want to like edit together things for YouTube. And that's been a lot more storage intensive. And I was worried that I wouldn't be able to like set up the kind of big storage array that I would need. And I think across the generosity of the last like month or two, I'm probably going to be able to take care of that without stressing about it, which is kind of wild. I didn't expect that. We could deposit some of our Pokemon, but we still have space. We have 4. You're allowed to have 6 with you at a time. So generally you'll have 6 that will have different types of moves that will counter other ones. One of the core parts of this game's combat that makes it like fun for folks is that there are multiple levels of kind of rock, paper, scissors built into the combat, where like if you have a grass type Pokemon, it's weak to fire type moves, but also you can beat somebody out by being faster than them or by having a type of move that just, there are types of moves that will like will down their health gradually over time. And so there's different ways of gaming the combat, which are neat. Seeing how those different levels interact with one another, or those different layers of rock, paper, scissors interact with one another is kind of neat. Should you pull up a little tool for you? For Nuzlocke, people use a list of levels for what gym leaders have so they don't over-level by accident. No, that's okay. This is not going to be that serious. I appreciate that though, Marths. I will not over-level. I'm only leveling up my other Pokemon purposely right now, not our starter. If you level up your let's say you stay in one area and you just fight like a bajillion Bidoofs, and you level up your starter Pokemon to like level 80 in like the starting area. For one, it would take years and it'd be boring, but for also like if you went to like one of the I guess as you go through the game, there are like little dungeons called gyms where you like go in there and you fight a group of trainers and you fight some gym leader, and when you do that you get like a special badge on your trainer card, and you can move on to like another part of the region to move on to the next one. If you overlevel your Pokemon, you'll just blow through that without any challenge. Is this going to be a full playthrough? Probably not. No. We're going to be doing a full stream tonight, so like 5 or 6 hours of this, so another like 4 or so hours. We'll see how far we get. But just revisiting it tonight. I don't think I have the wherewithal right now to, I don't think I have the wherewithal in general to play a full Pokemon game on stream. I would get bored. Did you just explain how Pokemon works to chat? My wife is here. Annie's here hanging out with me, and she's got some questions about Pokemon. She's not played Precious Stones. Did you just explain how Pokemon works to chat? Wild, I know. Ultimate Mel asks if anyone remembers a specific fight from the anime. I liked watching the Pokemon anime a lot. Like when I was into Pokemon, I was really into Pokemon. I wasn't good at the combat, like I said. Like I was never a big brain like Pokemon player, but I enjoyed these games a ton. My friends and I used to like pretend we were Pokemon and like tackle each other outside.
You used to be trainer than your sister.
No, other way around.
Oh, I thought like
it worked both ways. We would command our sisters to tackle each other, and then we would also be commanded by our sisters to tackle each other. It was fun. I had a friend and they had a younger sister, and I have a younger sister. We would play Pokemon pretend outside. It was a good time. No. No, we would physically like wrestle.
Yeah.
It was a good time. How hard was the tackling? Because it sounds violent. It was like vaguely violent. I think people got bruised. Nobody got really hurt, but there were probably some bruises or something.
I heard it was fairly violent. At least the impression I got from your sister.
It was deep. I mean, nobody drew blood or anything, but like we were tackling each other, we were wrestling around. We were kids. I don't know. Kids used to go outside and play. Yeah, roughhousing is just part of growing up. Exactly. Precious Stones gets it. No, like everyone agreed on it. We were all playing Pokemon pretend, Marks, and that's just how it went. Is we decided that okay, I'm gonna be this Pokemon, you're gonna be that Pokemon, and we would like play it. It was fun. No, I did at some point have some Pokemon cards, but only like one pack of them. I might have played a game with somebody else like once. It took a lot of like collecting the Pokemon cards I didn't do. And like, I think it took probably a bigger brain than I had at that point in life. When you played outside, you'd be Clone Troopers and Halo Marines. Pokemon be too big brain. I mean, it's not like we weren't super particular about like, oh, you use this move, I use that move, so I beat you. Like we were just pretending and tackling one another. We played a lot that we were like in Lord of the Rings. We would like fashion wooden swords out of like tree branches. We'd like carve up the points so they were like slightly pointed, and we would like do some sparring. It was fun.
I feel like you definitely have more traditional.
You didn't play outside very much? What did you do? Gotcha. You were very pragmatic. Okay. Uchi said their neighborhood was too non-gamers, so we just fought each other as ourselves. Go, Uchi! I choose you! When you played the card game, did you play the game as it was intended? Yeah, I think so. I mean, like I said, I only played the card game once or twice, I think. I was on a trip around the time there was like a Pokemon championship happening, and I like asked my dad to take me there, and we almost did at like 5 in the morning or something, and then we ended up not doing it because we were too tired. But like I almost went to like a Pokemon like convention thing. All right, it seems like there's just Bidoofs and stuff here. Static, or the Shinx's Intimidate ability is nice. Pokemon have abilities that will depending on the ability, it will affect the fight as soon as it starts, even before anyone's used a move. So in Shinx's case, it makes the enemy's attack go down even before anybody's attacked, which is nice. Nice, Marks. You're fine, Annie. Like Precious Stone said, most of the Pokemon knowledge I'm describing to you is kind of like considered assumed knowledge at this point in terms of video game knowledge. It's like Mario can jump. It's not quite that level of basic, but you know, it's up there with it. Look at this thing! Burmy. I forgot this thing was a Pokemon. This battle theme is good. Always love the thought of participating in a Pokemon tournament, but last don't know how to or where to sign up for one. It depends. I think probably right now it's definitely very hard with in-person events being kind of in a rough spot. Well, I mean, it's either a bracket style around the video game, where you play the video game and versus each other, or it's a bracket style tournament set up around the trading card game. Well, you verse each other. You load up and you fight another person in their team of 6 Pokemon. It's in theory a team that you've structured very well. You've trained all the Pokemon up to their maximum level, and you've chosen just the right moves so that they synergize well together, and you can take out, like, your goal is to have your team ready to take out basically any kind of team that's thrown at you through one strategy or another. Hi, Mike. Are you catching Pokemon? Wow, you've already got 4. At that pace, your Pokedex should be full in no time at all. I know. Don't you think it's better you know more about Pokemon? Sure it is. I know just the place. Come on, don't be shy. Follow me. Better example is probably what you run towards the right of the screen in Mario. We all just take that for granted, but we never really ask why do we run to the right. Yeah, there's some really great videos from Rasputin on YouTube that talk about gaming for a non-gamer and talk about just game literacy, some of the basic things built into games that you just take for granted because you've been immersed in it for so much of your life that people, yeah, I've watched it with you. That people who don't play games, like, just don't know. They don't know you. They don't know you run to the right. They don't know you press B to jump or A to jump or just a bunch of stuff. It's really interesting, and seeing the way that this guy Rasputin has his wife play video games of various kinds and kind of records her and her reactions to different sorts of game design to see how much game design is influenced by video game literacy and immersion in the medium. It's good stuff. Really cool videos. Who's this guy? What? Wait. I'm lost. I missed part of this dialogue. How did you know? How did you unmask me as a member of the International Police? Huh? What? I beg your pardon? I was just making conversation. You claim you're only making conversation, do you? But I know better not to believe that. No. You recognized right away that I was someone extraordinary. That is why you spoke to me, is it not? Your power of observation is fearsome. Quite admirable you are. Now that my cover's been blown, let me introduce myself. I am a globe-trotting elite of the International Police. My name... no, I shall inform you only of my code name. My code name, it is Looker. It is what they all call me. Incidentally, is the saying, don't be a thief, familiar to you? No. No? You claim not to know it? How could that be? Perhaps your mama said it, but you have forgotten it, like usual. Now listen, my friends, this game's dialogue is bizarre. Now listen, my friends, it is wrong to take what belongs to others. Unfortunately, there are apparently those who do not heed those words. In Sinnoh, in fact, there are criminals stealing the Pokemon of others. I, therefore, have been on the lookout for characters arousing my suspicion. Incidentally, you are trainers, yes? Perhaps you can make use of this. Mike obtained the verse recorder. That verse recorder is a nifty device for recording a match. I obtained it because it is quite popular these days. But myself, I do not do Pokemon battling very often. Hey, me too, Looker. It'll be in better hands with you. Also, I have a request. If you were to see me again, I ask that you do not talk to me, for I am on duty. Actually, yes, you may speak to me. You must. Not because I am lonely. No. You must inform me of bad guys. You must inform me of any happenings. Working for the International Police must be hard. Uchi says, so that was the town drunk. Mike, here it is. It's the training school. All right, Dragon on Fire said, I watched a YouTube channel who recently made a movie, and they said that sometimes videos show characters going left to right for positive effect, and life is going okay. Meanwhile, if characters walk right to left, something is off, about to go wrong. Yeah, little subtle things about different mediums are really interesting like that. It's the trainer school. The name says it all. I saw your friend Ethan go in earlier. He could still be in there studying. Okay, bye now. Bye, Dawn.
The character reminds me of the fairy in
Zelda. That's one of your only recent video game memories, isn't it?
Yeah.
I loaned Annie a couple years ago a 2DS and a copy of Ocarina of Time. She ran into some unsavory bits of how that game expects you to just kind of intuit where to go back to or explore. Like when you go to like Dodongo's Cavern for the first time and you're like supposed to go back and get a song from Saria across the entire map and then go back to Dodongo's Cavern and play the song. Like outside of just asking Navi, it's like, I don't know how you're supposed to intuit that. Unless you're actually really paying attention to the dialogue. I think it might require that.
I don't know. I talked to everyone I could and I couldn't.
You couldn't figure it out. I gotcha. It might be like it occurs in the dialogue once, and then if you lose that person or if you don't pay attention to that one bit of dialogue, you're screwed. Uchi asked what she thought of the little fairy.
I don't know. I thought it was a cool idea, but when I didn't want to pay attention, she was really annoying.
She says when she didn't want to pay attention, it was really annoying, but sometimes it was okay. In the union room upstairs, you can chat and trade with other people. Probably not anymore. You know how Pokemon have types like water, fire, and grass? All types have strengths and weaknesses against other types. Cool.
Like, I think it was mainly just like, I didn't always want to do what she told me to do, and when I didn't do what she told me to do, she would just pester me until I did it.
Yeah, I gotcha. Dragon on Fire says they got so confused as a kid playing Ocarina of Time. You got lost and did not know where to go. Yeah, I think it probably, like, if you were already acquainted with video games or any other Zelda games, it was probably kind of fun to search around and explore this brand new, like, 3D space, because it was the first 3D Zelda. But if you were someone who's new to video games or just not familiar with Zelda's, like, kind of any existing tropes from other Zelda games, it'd probably be pretty frustrating. I know me and a friend, when we played through it, had a lot of fun. We played it basically co-op, where we would, like, one person would be driving for, like, we literally had a timer, I think I remember, where, like, one of us would be driving for, like, an hour or an hour and a half or something, and then we would switch, and the other person would drive, and we would sit and just kind of watch each other play. It was super fun, and using 2 brains to try and figure it out was pretty enjoyable. I have really fond memories of that. I'm trading Pokemon with my buddy. I made my Pokemon hold an item before trading it. That will make the other trainer double happy. Sounds nice to not have motion sickness. Well, I mean, I wasn't actually in a car. We were, when I say drive, I mean, like, we were at their house and one person would use the controller while the other one watched. Sorry, I could have used a better description there. Hello, trainer. Do you know much about Pokemon? No. You're not knowledgeable, but not to worry. There's the trainer school. The school will teach you the basics of Pokemon. What city is this? This is Jubilife City, the city of joy. Let's save. No, you can make the fan oscillate, that's fine. Don't turn it up if you don't mind. Is this the clown city? I don't think so. Feel free and like rotate the base if you need to so it'll reach you. Cool. Ooh, there's an item. We found an X attack. Put the X attack in the battle items pocket. There's a bookshelf chock full of Pokemon books and photo collections. It's perfectly fine for trainers and Pokemon to develop at their own pace. If there's anything you're not familiar with, you can look it up here. There's Ethan. Hey Mike, did you come to study too? I went ahead and memorized everything that was up on the blackboard. After all, it's the trainer's job to avoid having their precious Pokemon hurt in battle, right? So Mike,
Don't forget to give him that thing.
Oh yeah, so Mike, what brings you? Huh? You've got something for me? Delivered the parcel. Nice, Annie. Ocarina of Time should be available on the Switch now, right? With the new account pass, along with several other oldie games. Yeah, you gotta like pay for their like premium online. Not just their online, but like their premium online. Heard the emulator doesn't work well? Yeah. I would recommend if you have access to a 3DS playing Ocarina of Time 3D. It's been updated in some nice ways. What is this? Score! It's a town map! Huh? Why are there 2 in here? I like it a lot, but I don't need 2. Here, Mike, you take one. Obtain the town map. Well, according to the town map, I guess Orberg City is where I should be going next. There's a gym, so it's perfect for raising the Pokemon I just caught. Well, I'm on the road to becoming the greatest trainer of all time. See you around! It's chock full of Pokemon books and photo collections. I wrote an essay in my notebook on what makes a true Pokemon trainer. Nice. Pokemon are smart enough to use items they're holding, but they won't know what to do with man-made items like potions and antidotes. So like berries and stuff they can eat. We learned about Pokemon types today. Grass is weak to fire, fire is weak to water, and water is weak to grass. Doing it is the best way to learn. Can we get a battle with you? Yeah, sure. Go, Pokemon, go! I forgot there were battles in this trainer school. That's cool. I'm glad I healed my Pokemon first. School kid Harrison. He's about to get rocked. Leading with static is nice because that means that any Pokemon that we encounter gets its attack cut in immediately, even if we end up switching out. Oh, they used an X attack to boost the thing's attack back up. That's cool. I don't use those like single boost items very often, like X attacks. I think they're just good for a single battle, but I forget. Be gone, bot. I like the music for this game. I feel like we've heard a kind of a vast swath of different ways that games use the DS as a sound chip. Oh, we're gonna die to that. Shoot. Poor Robusta. Do I want to be a real G? What would be required of me to be a real G, Marth? Use set option in options? What does that mean? Instead of shift? Nice, we leveled up a couple of the Pokemon. It does, yeah, I told you, it gets hot in this room. It's a combination of a laptop kicking out heat and these, I think it's mainly the lights. It's hard to win if you don't have some Pokemon to choose from. I'm gonna go heal my Pokemon and see if we can fight that other person there. It means that you don't get the option to switch in anticipation of your opponent's switch-ins. Is that what like real Pokemon fans play, or is that just like a hard mode that nobody does anymore? I'm probably not going to try it tonight. I might try it if I play another Pokemon game to try and make the battles more interesting. Real Poke fans, of course. Is that how you play, Marths? Yeah, it is. Okay, well, that's cool. So does that mean that you come up with kind of like a default order that's good for most fights, and then if you have to redo a fight a couple times, you come up with an order that fits it more so? It's kind of neat. Hello, Katana. You love Pokemon just as much as Monster Hunter, so you're glad to be here for this. You'll be lurking while playing some ranked Pokemon Unite. Enjoy! Hopefully this will be cozy to listen to. That was the goal, is like, I knew that we'd stream this game probably a little bit longer than some of the other DS games we've been doing, and I know that Pokemon is like a really fun series for a lot of people, so I figured this would be a nice way to end the 12 days of Nintendo DS, and, I don't know, a nice holiday stream. Good place to hang out for folks if they're, I don't know, needing a place to hang out on Christmas. Granted, I don't know, I felt a little bad not streaming Monster Hunter today because people like our stream for Monster Hunter, but we'll be back to MH soon. Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned we're going on a trip. And Vile, you're also sitting there playing Pokemon Unite. A lot of y'all really got into that game, huh? All it does is get rid of the opponent is switching in blank. Do you want to switch? That's it. Just means you get hit more often and can't set up optimal matchups. I gotcha. For now, I'm gonna keep it the way it is by default. I'm not gonna be a G. I don't know. An L, maybe? That's what Martha said. Pretty excited for the new Pokemon Arceus game next month. That game comes out next month. Have we seen more footage of it yet? It looked pretty early. The last time we saw it, I feel like. Think there was more? I think there was in a Nintendo Direct, but I didn't watch the new footage. Yeah, I didn't see it either, Uchi. Yeah, I've seen that from a few folks, Martha. They didn't end up snagging Brilliant Diamond or Shining Pearl. I think of the folks I saw who got it, I'd say like there were a few who were mixed. There was one person who was like, I'm not playing this game. I can't get up the sprites. And then I think most people like it. Well, I guess it's not really sprites, it's models. Those are the most recent games. They remade some old Pokemon games that people really liked in a way that like not everybody likes how it looks. It looks kind of derpy. Does not look befitting of literally the most valuable piece of intellectual property on the planet. Yeah, maybe we did. You're really good. We've been studying every day, but you were no match for you at all. You'd be able to use this potion properly. Here you go. Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Game God. Yeah, it is kind of funny to think of Pokemon through that lens, Marks, but I mean, like, that's how it should be looked at. There's no, I mean, like, Game Freak might be a smaller company than, like, some other AAA developers, but, like, there's no reason it should be. Outside of just mismanagement. Who's this guy? Oh? You call yourself a Pokemon trainer and yet you have no Poketch? That is Pokemon Watch, or Poketch for short. Bless you, Annie. Oh my, you're a rare case indeed. You see, I invented and now manufacture Poketches. Not only that, I'm now conducting the Poketch promotional campaign. All you have to do is find 3 clowns in Jubilife City. Oh no. If you can find them, I will gift you a Poketch. It's like a watch. This watch is sick. It takes up the bottom screen. It is pretty cool, Marks. I remember it too. Alright, now we need to find 3 clowns. Found one. Hi, I'm a Poketch campaign clown. Let's roll out my question. Does a Pokemon grow by defeating others and gaining experience points? Yes. Ding dong. Pokemon grow stronger by defeating other Pokemon in battle. Some Pokemon even grow into an entirely different form in a process known as evolution. Here you go, your Poketch coupon. Poketch coupon 1.
I think that might also have been like one of my mom's beefs with Pokemon is the evolution thing.
Sure. I know it's a little sudden, but would you like to join a group? If you join a group, you can compete or cooperate with fellow members. It's a lot of fun. Want to join? I'm good. I don't need a group. That's too bad. Hello, small child. Did you see me on TV? I was in an interview. I did not. Hi, I'm a Poketch campaign clown. Let's roll out my question. Can a Pokemon hold an item? Yes. Ding ding, you're absolutely correct. A Pokemon may hold a single item. Some items become effective as soon as they are held by a Pokemon. Berries are eaten as necessary during battle. Here you go. Here's your coupon. Welcome, Arsendax. Playing the Gen 4 remakes as Rift is playing Gen 4 title, or the best Gen 4 title. This was the one I had as a kid. Hiya, where'd you come from? Twinleaf Town, huh? It's a nice place, quiet and all. Jubilife City is a big place, so it might be a bit of a shock to you. Jubilife condominiums, tenants wanted. Oh, hey, there's Looker. Pokemon! It's a Pikachu. And, this thing. Pachirisu. Yeah, of course, I knew that. Your Pokemon's quite adorable. Here, try making it hold this Quick Claw. That's nice. Let's see what that does. An item to be held by a Pokemon. A light, sharp claw that lets the bearer move first occasionally. What Pokemon of ours has the lowest speed? I think if we're leading with Static, maybe it's a good idea to give it to Static, but let's see here. Summary. It has 11 speed. Chaff has 15, Robusta has 7, and Cotton has 15. So I guess Robusta would do well with that. Item, give. Quick Claw. There you go, Robusta. Oh, hello, darlings. Isn't my Poketch quite fetching? It's the latest design that just came out. I obtained it instantly, of course. A trainer would be simply lost without a Poketch, after all. Yeah, that part's pretty nice, Smarts. Getting to go around and talk to people and have them fill out little details of the world and dialogue is pretty comfy. Isn't Platinum the same game? It's the same base game, but there's a lot of stuff added to it from what I remember Game God. The story is going to be slightly changed, and you're going to have more opportunities to catch more Pokemon.
The story and gameplay reminds me a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh?
Turn-based play and like the story progression.
Most RPGs are iterations from Dungeons and Dragons in one way or another. Did you buy some heal balls at the Pokemart? A heal ball completely heals the Pokemon it captures on the spot. That means you can catch a Pokemon and have it battle ready right away. If your team has 6 Pokemon in it, it won't do any good. I like how Pokemon can use attacks that make things fun and different. Sometimes when they get stronger, Pokemon learn new moves. Okay. Pretty small condominium here with just 2 common areas. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the intimate details of what exactly are different between Diamond and Pearl and Platinum. I know that obviously there's Giratina and like some other changes, but any other ones you're fine to share in the chat if you guys know them. I sure don't know them. Hey, there's the 3rd clown. I'm a Poketch campaign clown. Let's roll out my question. Just like Pokemon types, the moves of Pokemon also have types. They do. Cool. If the Pokemon's type matches its move type, that move is made much more powerful. Here you go, your coupon. When you walk with your Pokemon, they gradually grow friendlier. Okay. What do we get here? A potion. Nice. Come back, Annie. Thanks for not doing that in here. That's fair. Jubilife City is built on land they carved out of a mountain. The people and Pokemon of Orberg City helped out with that undertaking. Okay, let me count your coupons. Always, Martz. Always. This song playing just feels so calming, mainly because when you were 3 or 4, you used to play rated E games as well that had Spider-Man in it, and will forever remember it. Does this remind you of a Spider-Man game? In return for these coupons, I present you with this Pokemon Watch, or Poketch for short. There it is! There's a Pikachu in the clock. You can add apps to your Poketch to make it even more versatile. Very ahead of its time. Touch the Poketch stream to find the apps that are right for you. That shows our Pokemon. Is this a step counter? It's a virtual step counter. Cool. There's a calculator. And there's a time with a glow. That's so funny. That's so cute that they did that.
Why would you need a calculator?
It's just supposed to be cute. You don't need it for anything in game.
Okay.
Poke your Pokies on your watch. Okay, I'll do that in a second. Do they make a noise? They might. They do make a noise. That's nice. Okay, let's see if we can buy anything cool at this Pokemart, and then let's keep going. Just got back from Christmas festivities. Merry Christmas, Wrist and Chat, and Boxing Day for those in the future. Cheers, Full Metal Dragon. Thanks for coming by. We are enjoying some Pokemon Platinum. All right, well, Looker was this way, so we're probably gonna head this way. Or he was here. He's gone now. Do we have a map? I think we do. Yeah, I think we did too. Orberg City's to the right from where we are now. This is a nice map. We have Canalave City over there. I'm liking that just looking at this map, it doesn't seem super linear. It's not just like a big loop that comes back to the beginning. I feel like some of the games feel like that. I'm sure there is sort of a loop that you go through, but I don't know, I like this. Surprised the map isn't on the bottom screen. Whatever. Hey, it's Ethan. I think you can map it to a button so you can pull it up quickly. There's a quick access button that you can make assigned to a bunch of different actions. I could assign it to the map if I wanted, but I don't think I need the map that much. Hey Mike, tell me you got a little tougher. Me? Do you even need to ask? Of course I got tougher. Come on, I'll demonstrate it to you. Let's see what Ethan caught from that past route. A Starly. I remember Barry's Starly. Is that my Ethan impression? Not of our friend Ethan. It's just this character. It's gonna growl a bunch. Riveting combat. At least the music's good. Pokemon Platinum was your first DS game? It wasn't my first DS game. My first DS game was New Super Mario Bros. DS. This was just a game. This was definitely my first like Pokemon game that I played a ton of. I played Pokemon Red before this, but I didn't really get to play very much of it. This was like the only Pokemon game I can really say that was like my Pokemon game that I played tons of. Welcome, Big G. It's good to see you. Was this your favorite game? No. This is a game that I thought was going to make for a really nice final day of the 12 days of NDS, just because it's a cozy game and we can take a little extra time with it. And I don't know, I think a lot of people have a lot of fond memories with Pokemon, so I figured this would be a good game to play on Christmas. I don't remember what my favorite was. I remember a few that were some of my favorites, whether it was New Super Mario Bros. Or Kirby or Zelda, but I don't even know if I had a favorite back then. There's Robusta using his Quick Claw. You just got your first Monster Hunter game for Christmas? You've previously only watched people play Monster Hunter games and loved the heck out of them, but now you get to play it yourself. You now have Monster Hunter Stories too. Have fun, Full Metal Dragon. If you like Pokemon, then that sounds like a great game for you. Enjoy Full Metal Dragon, that's huge. Congrats. Did you get it on PC or on the Switch? I hope you have so much fun experiencing that game. I'm still looking forward to playing Monster Hunter Stories sometime. Monster Hunter Stories is literally like this game, like Pokemon, but for Monster Hunter. Nafuda says Stories 2 is their game of the year. Over Monster Hunter Rise, that's a pretty big deal. It looks very pleasant, Stories 2. Martz is dropping some fat Pokemon knowledge on us. To give you actual calcs on stat buffs and nerfs, every 2 levels of stat mod, your stat will be doubled or halved. Think 1.5 sharply means 2 levels. 6 levels in either direction is the cap. Gotcha. I knew there was a cap to it. Hey, Robusta leveled up. I think my game of the year would probably have to be Monster Hunter Rise, but I feel like I don't really have a very interesting game of the year spread, so. I threw out static right as this Piplup comes in so that I can bring down its attack stat, and I think I'm going to go ahead and switch out to probably Cotton and get some quick attacks off before switching to Chaff to finish it off. Yep, we took out one of his other Pokemon. Now this one's just bringing down the attack stat of our so far all he's done is just spam a move that makes your attack do less damage, but he's not actually attacking himself, so it's like we're slowly wearing down his health. He's just lowering our attack down super low. He has a bold strategy, very bold. He was probably going too quickly to really learn anything from the trainer school. Hey, that crit did good stuff. You have a chance to do a critical. Every move you do has a chance to critical hit, which does a bunch more damage than usual. They got a crit, and it took out my what's it called? We're gonna try and have Robusta get in here and use his Quick Claw to finish off this Piplup. That would be hype. Go Robusta! Yeah, get him! Yeah, I did it! I'm glad I gave it the Quick Claw. So even though Robusta was really underleveled compared to the Piplup, it managed to get the final hit. That was cool. Wow, what do you mean I lost? Well, that's it. That's the last time I'll ever lose. I'm gonna be the world's toughest trainer and you know it. First thing to do is to take on the Orberg City Pokemon Gym. I'm gonna toughen up for that, totally. See ya, Ethan. Alright, let's go heal our Pokemon. Crits also go through negative stat mods. Oh, okay. So if your attack had been halved super low down, getting a crit will kind of basically both be a crit and return you to your regular stats for one hit. That's nice to know. I didn't know that. There's lots to know about this combat system. Thank you, Iridescent Drake. Thanks for the bits. That's kind. Merry Christmas to you too. I hope you had a nice day today. Also, hi Psychotic. If I missed saying hello to anybody, like Sage Water Dragon, I don't know if I said hello to you when you came in. Thanks for being here, welcome. Alright. Our team is looking not too bad. Let's see what kind of Pokemon we can catch on this route. A Bidoof. Lovely. I'm glad that this is a good place to get to watch some of those Female Dragon. I hope you get to experience some of the ones that look more interesting to you someday if you want to. But I'm glad you get to start with stories too. That game looks like just so pleasant to play in terms of just layering on the cuteness on top of Monster Hunter's existing fun designs and mechanics. And the way they adapt some of the mechanics to turn-based combat seems neat. I'm excited to play that game someday. I don't know when we're gonna play that game. I feel like we should do that sometime. I don't know when though. You have great memories of this game. You still have the little Giratina plastic statue figure that GameStop gave you for pre-ordering it. That's so cool. Ooh, what's this thing? It's a Cricketot. I mean, a cute little noise. It's a little, yeah, I guess it's probably a little bit of a bug. Recently learned that the major status ailments in Pokemon like paralysis also lower speed or burnt lowering attack. Yeah, that's cool that they have alternate effects. Yeah, like I said, it's neat that the different layers of rock, paper, scissors, I think that's probably my primary impression coming back to this and kind of thinking through how Pokemon's combat works. It's just, it's neat that the different levels of, oh shoot, the different layers of rock, paper, scissors interact with one another in an interesting way. I accidentally knocked out that Kricketot. Nope. I hope I will. Hello, Super Duper, welcome. We're hanging out, we're playing some Pokemon Platinum. That's too bad, Psychotic. That's one of the things I'm, like, most recently when I've revisited Pokemon, I don't really enjoy the combat that much, but I do enjoy exploring the different routes and trying to, like, make sure I've encountered all the Pokemon and caught them all. Playing the remakes right now. Glad your big sis hooked you up with both copies this Christmas. That's cool. What do you do with both copies? I've never been somebody who has both of the Pokemon entries that come out at the same time. We encountered a Kricketot and accidentally knocked it out, Marks. That's about it. Oh shoot, I'm messing with the camera. Missed the nostalgia bug? I accidentally knocked it out. I gotta catch another one now that I know that's here. We have charge. What does charge do? How do you, okay, Pokemon, static, summary, okay, check moves. There we go. Charge. This user boosts the power of the electric move it uses next. Okay, so we don't have any other electric moves, so that doesn't do anything quite yet. But now we learned how to check moves, so that's something. I didn't remember how to do that before. Not a very useful attack. Yeah, I can see that, especially without another electric attack to go with. Catch the exclusives, I guess. Cool. I mean, you get to play through the game twice then. Have you ever done that before, Super Duper? Is it your first time doing that with both of the games? That's really cool that you got both of them. They would not be relevant to me, Marth, so I appreciate you kind of holding off on the flood hose of Pokemon discourse. Welcome, Fish Kebab. I hope you're doing well. We're playing some Pokemon. It's cozy. There's a Kricketot. I'll try my best. What is Bide? I think it's a move where you hit it and it stores up the damage you hit it with, and then it throws it back at you really really strong. Yeah, it's probably knocked me out. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it keeps the moves that's already unlocked. And Pokemon will appear at different levels out in the wild, so if you captured like a level 2 Pokemon, it won't have many moves, but if you captured a level 10 Pokemon, it might have a few moves already. Sometimes it's definitely worth it to see what the maximum level something will spawn at around the area you're in is. Like if I could capture a level 2 Bidoof, or I could capture a level 6 Bidoof, it's fun to capture a level 6 one because then you don't have to drag this Bidoof up through levels like I'm doing right now with Robusta. Sometimes that's helpful, but I'm not being super serious about it. Okay, Kricketot. Hang on. Yeah. Coffee insects, ecology and control. The coffee leaf miner, Leucoptera coffeela. Lepidoptera. I'm reading a scientific paper about coffee bugs. The coffee berry borer. Berry borer is pretty cool. Yeah. We're gonna go with Berry Borer. I like that. Yeah, maybe. Berry... No, it's not. Okay, Borer it is then. No, I didn't want to go with one of the Latin names. It'd be really fun to hunt with you someday, Full Metal Dragon. And I hope that if you did try, you'd have fun kind of gradually getting used to it. There's no... I don't know. It's nice that... I don't know. You'll play with Full Metal Dragon, Annie? Okay. It's nice that there's... I don't know. It's nice that you can just gradually learn. And I feel like Monster Hunter lends itself to that, especially if you're kind of familiar with it before you're starting. You kind of know, okay, so this particular thing's giving me trouble. I'm going to just try and get a little better at that each time. Like, trying to get a little better at one aspect of the hunt or another each time you go out on one is really, I think, helpful to try and improve, even if you're having a hard time with it. Alright, I don't think there's anything else here besides Kricketot. So let's go heal our Pokemon. Oh, whoops. There's a battle. Kricketot, Zubat! A Zubat? We haven't seen one of those before. I don't know if I would go with one of the demos, personally, Precious Stones. The demos are pretty weird. Demos for Monster Hunter. Yeah, they don't really do a good job of giving you, like... Yeah, I think the demos kind of assume that you're already somebody who's familiar with Monster Hunter in a lot of ways. And they also don't give you, like, gear that's really set up to make you have a good time. Did Annie play one of the demos? I don't think Annie's played one of the demos, but she's seen me play the demos before. Yeah, I think Annie watched me and Ethan play the Rise demo at one point and was able to see, like, okay, it just kind of chucks you in. With how I was explaining the concepts of, like, wire bugs to Ethan, I think she was like, yeah, that's not for me. I think also I'm enjoying the battles more kind of making sure that I'm trying to level up my different Pokemon as opposed to just trying to clear the battle as quick as possible. Just unga-bungaing through with one Pokemon and trying to get it strong is kind of less interesting than trying to make sure I'm spreading it out across different ones and seeing what I can do with some of the weaker Pokemon. It's kind of cool. And yeah, like a Great Azuchi hunt is fine in terms of like the strength of the monster, but it's just like the game doesn't do a good job of explaining to you the controls or like what you're supposed to be doing. I think Monster Hunter really needs a more gradual lead-in than that. Like people lament some of the long tutorials, and like some of the tutorials really could be better, but the tutorials should be.
Yeah, like if you get a new game and you play Monster Hunter,
Yeah, there are new mechanics maybe.
yeah, but like you're more likely to be able to figure them out. Whereas someone who's never played before, like isn't like game control is like first necessary. And if they're optional, then like an experience where they're to kind of figure out they get the choice.
Yeah, I think that the tutorials need to be a little bit more gradual than they currently are, and I think that they probably need to talk a little bit more about, I don't know, there's certain things like how to use your weapon. I think understanding the weapons kit and going, okay, like as soon as you start understanding how the different moves work, it really helps out a lot. And I think they try their best in some of the tutorials, but it's tough. Japanese? Well, yeah, but that's video games in general.
I know, but like,
And they have people who are employed just for the localization.
yeah, I know, but like you can use words in Japanese that have so much more meaning than they do in English. Like you might actually get more out of like tutorial if you know Japanese.
Maybe.
Like,
I kind of doubt it, but it could be the case. This Zubat's proving tough for our Starly. Sucking the life out of our bird and confusing it is making it tough to actually deal damage to this thing. But that's going to be the case for any Pokemon we throw out there, so... yeah. There we go. Nice. We leveled up the Starly. Youngster Michael. Ack, my Pokemon! Yeah, I don't particularly think like the Monster Hunter tutorial thing is an easy thing to solve, because it like when you do start getting more in depth and trying to explain some of the things that are kind of key to clicking with the game, like understanding, okay, this is a game primarily about using a different set of weapon moves around a different set of monster moves. Like understanding that is kind of tough to explain, and then also the minutia of like, here's how your particular weapon works. It's just, that's tough. Especially, yeah, especially without like making it too long. I don't know. I don't know how you'd pace it. I feel like having it split up across a couple things is probably helpful, and maybe having some early quests with particularly gimped monster AI might help when you're first using weapons controls for the first time.
I wonder if they could like reset the tutorial and like going through arena stuff, you know, like almost like a mini game.
Mm-hmm. Martz asked if they can ask us thought experiment. Yeah, you can ask us thought experiment, Martz. That's fine. It's Kricketot versus Kricketot. Oh no, wait. It doesn't have any attacks. It only has Bide and Growl. Oh no, I should have looked first. We're at a stalemate. Alright, fine then. Yidoof. Something that I was saying earlier tonight is it's been fun listening to all the different games that we've played through, how they use the DS's sound chip very differently. This one does a good job. Robusta, it's a type of coffee bean, fish kebab. We're trying to name most of our names based on some kind of coffee thing. It's a fat beaver. Yeah, that too. No user interface display. So no health or stamina or anything on your screen, or your item bar or anything. I feel like that encounter marks would probably prioritize showing you that the monster moves around a certain way. You're not worried so much about attacking. You're not so much worried about your health or stamina or anything besides just noticing that the monster moves a certain way.
I think if I had the game and that's what happened, I would quit.
Annie says she would quit if that's what happened.
Like immediately after.
Even if it made it clear that you were supposed to lose?
Yeah. Like that's a stupid way to start a game.
Annie says that's a stupid way to start a game.
I would immediately be pissed off and like play the game.
Yeah. Marth says thanks for the feedback.
I also have a really like one of my biggest pet peeves is trying to play a game with someone and they only explain 9 moves. Like that pisses me off a lot.
Okay.
I always, whenever I start trying to learn a new game, like, I'm always super specific, and I say, like, is that everything that I know? Because if I, like, get partway through a game and someone does something that they didn't explain, and they're like, oh yeah, you can do that, and I'm just like, okay, but then why didn't you tell me this? And, like, partially that's because, like, they don't always remember it right away, but, like, it's not fair to start a game not knowing what you're supposed to do, and then just like really good things there. I feel like it's a really perfect start.
I don't know how much of that you guys could hear well, but Annie was saying that she doesn't like anytime she's playing a game with somebody where all of the rules are not explained or laid out ahead of time. Mara says they've been that guy sometimes.
Well, yeah, and like there's grace for it, but like I don't know, it's just really tough for me. Like I am always trying to like, is that everything I need to know? Please take the part.
Ooh, I'm a chop.
I don't like when I get into situations like that because it feels scummy. Even if it's not intentional, it just like
Big G asks when the last time I played a Pokemon game was. It was probably with Pokemon Sword, like a little over a year ago. I played about an hour of it after buying it and went, ooh, this is a cool, cute 3D Pokemon game. Look at that sheep. That's a cute Pokemon. And then I got to the wild area and went, okay, I'm done. And then stopped playing. Like, this is cozy for a Christmas stream, but this combat doesn't really do it for me very much. I mean, this is cozy. I'm enjoying just sitting and talking with y'all. I think if I was trying to do multiple streams of this, like if I was gonna do a week of Pokemon Platinum streams, I would have a really hard time. Sort of. I mean, not every time, but it's not the kind of combat depth that I like. There is depth to this combat. It's not my thing.
That's basically how I feel about it.
I think, Marths, what you were describing could have some positives, but I think it would probably turn a fair number of folks away. Okay, well, 3 of our Pokemon are right around level 10, which feels pretty good. Robusta and Borer are having a harder time because their moves are subpar, but Static and Chaff and Cotton are doing okay. Hey, FPS! Not quite. You are not here too late, or you said almost got here too late. Yeah, you got 8 minutes. Merry Christmas, FPS. Thanks for coming by and saying hello. Nice. Would you like to show chat your knitting? Annie's working on knitting in the room with me. She's here on your rocking chair, knitting, and there's her knitting. When did you learn to knit, Annie?
Thursday?
Annie learned to knit Thursday, so she's practicing.
Yeah, it was definitely Thursday.
Big G says that's cool.
I needed something to occupy my brain during like conversations and like I need to fidget.
She wanted something idle to do that didn't involve scrolling through social media, so she looked into this. This OST slaps? It's pretty good, yeah. I was saying that's one of my impressions of this game so far, is that it has a really it uses the DS's sound chip really nicely. So far, we've heard really compressed, like CD audio sounding samples in other games, and we've heard some hokey sounding synths, and like, there are not very many games that felt like they really tapped into everything that the sound chip could do. I think the ones that stand out to me are like Yoshi's Island, Zelda, Mario. This is up there, which makes sense that it's another first-party Nintendo game, but it's nice hearing the different games that tapped into the sound chip really well on this system. It's also neat revisiting a system where like your sound chip couldn't just play back CD quality audio. Like when a game does that, you can tell because it's compressed to all heck. Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, sure did use the sound chip. Oh god, that game was bad. For those who missed our Nintendo DS stream yesterday, because it was a day stream, we played 2 different Lego Star Wars games for the DS. I remembered one of them being janky, and we loaded up, and it wasn't just janky, it was like really badly, it was not a good game. Like, the levels didn't really resemble the movies. The little Lego cutscenes didn't make any sense, like they weren't animated well. There were visual glitches. The audio was like 6-second loops on repeat. It was bad. There were frame drops. It was not a good game. So we booted up the Complete Saga, which was the other Lego Star Wars DS game, and that one was much better. Pulled several of them apart? Yeah, I read that part. But what's pulling it apart? Oh, she's just reusing her yarn over and over FPS. She's already there. This person's like 4 Pokemon. That's the most we've run into so far, I think. We're fighting another trainer, yeah. Mixed throughout the route that you're traveling along to get to the next city, there will be a mixture of other people to fight, and there will be a mixture of wild Pokemon that will jump out at you, and some items hidden around for you to collect. No. You're not allowed to steal other people's Pokemon. The fact that this game had day and night versions of the songs is really neat. It is, yeah. The fact that Pokemon games integrated that day and night cycle so early on, I think in like, what, Gen 2, is amazing. And used it to dictate when you could see certain Pokemon. Just that adds a level of immersion to the games that I think most RPGs wouldn't think to add. It's pretty cool. Makes me want to go back and play Gen 2 games. I think I have a copy of Pokemon Silver. It's kind of fun having somebody who's never played Pokemon here with me. I think we're gonna die before we can get this other bite off. Oh no, we did it! Go Borer! Yeah! We killed another Pokemon with Bide! Or we knocked it out, rather. Sorry, Mom. Yeah, Borer! The original Gen 2 games have aged pretty well, aside from the level curve from the 5th to 7th gyms. Hey, Knackpack, welcome. Is your team a Nuzlocke? No. We're just doing a complete normie playthrough of Pokemon. I am not a Pokemon player. I don't know much about the combat system. I'm not doing any special stipulations. I'm literally just playing a Pokemon game. I'm trying to collect all the Pokemon on each of the routes because I think that's fun, but that's all I'm doing, really. Hey, Wing Attack! That's our first flying attack. That's sick. Voodoo. Is that I think that's a Grass-type Pokemon. We're gonna send in Robusta first, and we can finish it off with Chimchar if we need to. Hello, Girim. What do you think of Nuzlocks? They seem like a nice way to add extra challenge when you're sick of, like, just regular Pokemon difficulty curve. A Nuzlocke is where you play through where, like, if your Pokemon dies, you have to, like, put it in the PC and never use it again. So it's kind of like a hard mode, like a hardcore mode, where like if you lose the Pokemon. Yeah. I can relate to that because I have to do all kinds of messed up stuff in Monster Hunter to get decent difficulty curves, or like a decent sense of challenge once I've played so many of the games, and like I've played too much of it. Oh, there are other rules to Nuzlocke as well, like only capturing the first Pokemon you see on a route. So like there's rules on how many Pokemon you get to capture and that kind of thing. So there's some interesting stipulations to it. It makes it, I wouldn't say more realistic, it just makes it much tougher. It adds a lot of stakes to each interaction that you have. You have to really try and protect your Pokemon as much as possible. Normally you can faint as many times, like you can lose a battle. They can knock out all your Pokemon, you just lose some money and you go back to the Pokemon Center in your set and you can try it again. Yeah, I'm not really particularly interested in trying it. I think in order to do that well and not have it go terribly awry very quickly, you need to be like well versed in Pokemon so that you can like protect the Pokemon that matter and stuff like that. And I'm not, so that's okay.
Was something you were interested in like trying to get into?
Mm-hmm.
I would say that.
Yeah, sure. I think it would be.
Like it would take a lot more time to invest into it.
Yeah, it would.
It's just not something that you want
The battle theme's pretty good. A Psyduck! Cute. It is a duck. It's confused. Let's try out Wing Attack. The Psyduck noise is funny. The end. Oh, I lost. La la la. Said whatever this girl's name was. A Zubat! We found one! Dogfighting? Nah. It's just meant to be a little world off on its own. It might be too high health to capture the Zubat. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm letting it use Leech Life once or twice more so that we can probably hit it with a tackle and not kill it, and instead have it end up really low on its life. Until then, I'll just spam Pokeballs and hope I get lucky. We got lucky. I was able to capture it like half health. Why catch Zubat? We're catching everything. Just for fun. That's how, like, nowadays when I play Pokemon, that's what I think I do most. Do you have anyone to trade with for trade evolutions? No. I don't think we're gonna get far enough for that to be a problem. Give a nickname to the caught Zubat. Yeah. Doing a catch 'em all stream? Yeah. For this guy's name, I'm looking at the Specialty Coffee Association of America's tasting wheel. Lemongrass, orange blossom, honeysuckle. These are all the fancy names you can use to taste your coffee, or to label your coffee's flavor notes. Who doesn't love some leathery coffee or some meat-like coffee? Soy sauce coffee's pretty good, right? I think blood orange would be a good name for a Zubat. Hope there's enough room. There might not be. We can't just name blood. We can't just name him blood. Blood orang. Blow orange. I was looking for something that, like, kind of described how acidic it was. You bringing in a cat? Let's see, what should we name this guy? Hey, hi Affogato. Is that affidavit or lungo? This is affogato. You like that?
That's pretty funny.
People like the cat. Hi, affogato. Who named the cats? I did.
Obviously.
They're both named after coffee terms, just like we're doing in game right now. We're trying to name a Zubat a coffee term.
Was one of them white people?
No, I don't think so.
I saw white something.
Yeah, there's probably like white chocolate or something.
Oh.
Jasmine was on the wheel. Let me see here. Okay. This is taking too long. We're gonna go with citrus. We're just gonna call it citrus. Hi, Affogato. How is lungo a coffee term? So lungo is like the foil to ristretto. You can brew a coffee fast and it's ristretto style, or you can brew a coffee long and it is lungo. Hello, Super Speed. Merry Christmas to you too. Can't wait for Rissa's kids to be named after coffee beans.
No.
Ristretto coffee is fast coffee, so it's when you're brewing espresso. If you have the coffee brew a bit quicker, it will taste more acidic. Basically, as coffee is brewed, the amount of like there are different flavors that come out of coffee beans when you're brewing them. When you first start brewing and extracting water through coffee, it releases really acidic flavors. As you go through, it turns to be a bit more neutral flavors as you extract more of the flavor out of it with water. And as you get towards the end, it's going to taste pretty bitter. So a balanced cup of coffee will have a little bit of all of those things, but a ristretto one, if you brew it a little faster, will have more of just the acidic flavors. Whereas if you brew it really long, it'll have more of the bitter flavors. So a lungo espresso will be a little darker, whereas ristretto espresso will be a little more acidic and a little bit more light. Wing attack probably isn't very effective on flying types. Doesn't matter. What did Lungo and the other one get for Christmas? They got 2 different cat beds and a bunch of toys. Very delicate, it seems. It's all really strong. It's all gonna taste like really strong. Like if you're not used to tasting it, it's just gonna all taste bitter to you because it's just a really intense taste in your mouth. But when you get used to tasting some of the different types of espresso, you can kind of tell the difference between one that's a little bit more like acidic and you're tasting it on the front of your tongue versus bitter where you're tasting it towards the back of your mouth. What's the type of coffee regular coffee makers make? It's drip coffee. Depending on how you make it, it can be more acidic or more bitter still, but people don't generally make any sort of like ristretto drip coffee or lungo drip coffee. It's just coffee. There is not a bot in chat. That's Parsec Mech. Hey Frenchie, Merry Christmas to you too. We're playing some Pokemon. Probably one of the only times you'll catch me playing Pokemon on stream. It's Christmas somewhere. It's not Christmas here anymore, I guess. It's Christmas. It was Christmas. It's still Christmas in part of the US. How y'all doing? It's been pretty nice so far. This is cozy. Annie is sitting here in a rocking chair with me in this room with a cat currently and knitting. Those are the 2 things she's doing, is petting a cat and knitting. And I'm playing Pokemon with y'all. I forgot I was very happy right now. She says hello. Yep, this is our last of the 12 days of Nintendo DS, the last of our variety streams for the time being, but I figured this would be a nice cozy way to spend the holidays with y'all. Yeah, cat, knitting, rocking chair, Pokemon Platinum. Doesn't get more comfy. It's pretty comfy. I'm enjoying myself. Alright, I think we're about to go into the cave. So I'm gonna heal up my Pokemon. Enjoy your Divergent streams. I'm glad folks have enjoyed them. You're tired. I hope you didn't have to work today, Frenchie. If you did, then bless you. But otherwise, just I hope you get to have some rest. Can you go back and do a complete Pokemon Ranger playthrough? That's like one of the games I want to play the least out of the 12 we've played. So no, I'm sorry. You did actually. I kind of figured you might. Well, good on you. There are important jobs that do need doing even on holidays. So thanks. Thanks for doing that for somebody. Which was my favorite? I think if I had to pick one game to play more of on stream, it would be a toss-up between Yoshi's Island, Super Mario Bros. DS, and maybe Zelda Phantom Hourglass, but it probably would be Yoshi's Island. I really like Yoshi's Island a lot. Okay. Thanks for hanging out. It was fun to get to chat with you. You're welcome. I'll bring it out later on. Good night for now.
Bye.
Annie says bye-bye. She's going off to bed. I'll see you in a little while. Did you play both Yoshi's Islands? Nope, we just played Yoshi's Island DS. It's good to take a break from Monster Hunter. I think I'm actually about to take a week off from streams. I'm gonna go visit family here soon. Oh, in my life. No, I've only played through Yoshi's Island DS in the past. I did not play the version on the SNES or Yoshi's Story or Yoshi's Cookie or any of the other Yoshi games. Yeah, you go, Borer. Yeah, I'm actually about to take like a week off from streams in a little bit here, which I think will be good for me. My sleep's gotten really messed up recently. I've been staying up overnight a lot of nights recently, just entirely not sleeping, and then just sleeping in the afternoon, which has been not the best. Hello, Kaze. Yeah, we're doing some Pokemon for Christmas. Let's see, Big G, you said, always like your Monster Hunter stuff, but I think you would be great at other games if you wanted to. Yeah, I mean, I'm thankful that you guys are here to watch, even though we're not playing Monster Hunter right now. I think that's really cool and really kind of you guys to show up and watch me play something that I'm not as knowledgeable about and that we don't normally play. But I definitely want to try and make this stream a focused premiere like Monster Hunter place to be. A place that will show you neat stuff about Monster Hunter if you come by. When is my break? It's gonna start in a couple days here and go for about a week. I won't just be sitting around resting at home. I'll be traveling and then visiting family, which is gonna be a little bit tiring. Like, it's good. It'll be good to visit family, but it will be a little bit exhausting, I think. Won't just be a rest, if that makes sense. Okay, I think we're supposed to go through this tunnel. Yeah, Orberg City is this way. Hiya. That sparkling new Pokesh, your awkwardness as a traveler. You're still a pretty new trainer, aren't you? It's all good, you're a new fellow friend of Pokemon. Let's make a gift of this hidden machine to you. Oh boy. Hidden Machine, or HM, contains the hidden move Rock Smash. A Pokemon learning Rock Smash can smash small boulders in the field. The trainer has to have the gym badge from Orberg City. If you don't have that badge, you can't make a Pokemon use the hidden move Rock Smash outside of battle. Neat. Let's get through this tunnel. We trainers will accept challenges anywhere. It's what we do. See how long this Zubat can hold up here. Not very well. Right, be right back. I'm just gonna turn this fan that's across the room. Be right back. Leech is a bug type move. Makes sense that it's not very effective against the Starly. Oh no, I didn't try to run. I didn't mean to try and run. I had to switch out a different Pokemon. Oops, I also didn't mean to use Tackle. Quick Attack would have been a better use of my time. Oh well. Crit Tackle, we take those. Go Citrus, it leveled up. And it learned Supersonic. Nice. Now it can confuse folks. That's useful. That'll be useful for sure. We can play around with that a bit. Shinx. Yeah. Let's see. You know what? Yeah, let's get Citrus in there and see if we can get Citrus to confuse it. Let's try it. What's being discussed? I think people are talking about some of their favorite moves. Go Citrus, get him confused. Nice job. Your favorite move of all time was Focus Punch? I don't know if I have a favorite move. Blaziken's like fire uppercut move is pretty cool from what I remember. I have fond memories of using that one from Pokemon Emerald. Flaming Kick or whatever it's called. There's a couple cool like firefighting moves. Sky Uppercut, yeah, one of those cool firefighting moves. Infernape probably gets them too, to be honest, but those moves are cool. I remember those being neat to use, or feeling cool to use. Really strong. Insufficiently raised, he says. What are we gonna get in here? Is it Geodude? No, it's Psyduck! Cool! I think we're gonna use Robusta and we're gonna use a potion on it. Made the area wet. Fire's power was weakened. Interesting. Yeah, let's go ahead and heal up Robusta. So that it doesn't die. And I don't want to use my other Pokemon because I think their moves are going to be too strong to take this thing out. There we go. This one is not another trainer, Game God. This is a wild Pokemon. This is Psyduck. There, perfect. What are we gonna call this guy? I think we're gonna call this guy like Filter or Mineral. Maybe Sparkling or Soda. I think we're gonna call this guy Soda. I like Soda for soda water. Just a bunch of cafe themed names. Duck Sauce. Good name. I'm having fun raising up this little team. Psycho Quack, that's a great name, Nikochi Neko. Also, hi, Merry Christmas to you if you're celebrating. I hope you're well tonight. This has been a cozy game to sit here and play tonight. We're gonna die to that? We did. It lowered the defense too much. Poor Robusta. Alright, let's have Chimchar go in. Psycho Quack. That Zubat's leveling up quick. Nice. I think we're gonna go back to the Pokemon Center and heal up before we keep going through the tunnel. Aha, there's Zubats in here. That doesn't surprise me. I kept waiting for a Geodude to show up. Oh no. Yes, it was burned. Good stuff. That's helpful when we're confused. Nice. The end. Nice, a crit too. Yep. The point that people are in chat are reaching where they're talking about like individual move stats getting changed across different generations of Pokemon is like 100% further than where I tap out. Like I have nothing intelligent to add to that sort of discussion, but I'm glad you guys are having fun about it though. I'm glad you're having fun talking about it though. Alright, we finally have more than 6 Pokemon. We have one in the PC now, so we can decide if we want to switch them out. I think we'll probably switch out Kricketot for Psyduck. Although let's take a look at Psyduck and see if it has anything besides Water Splash. Hello, Zach4343. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, folks. We'll shout them out in just a moment here. Welcome in, people. Water Sport Scratch Tail Up. I like this guy. Luck be a landlord. What is that? Welcome, Zach. Long time to see. Used to raid you a lot. Well, welcome back, man. How you doing? We're playing some Pokemon for Christmas. We usually still play Monster Hunter most of the time. But how you been, Zach? And what is Luck be a landlord? I have not played any Generation 5 Pokemon Arcane, sorry. See ya, Borer. Played a lot of different stuff today. Nice. You've got it. It's the best generation. I'm not really going to be playing much Pokemon in general. It's something where when I revisit it, I don't get as much out of it as I used to as a kid. That's true of most games for me that aren't Monster Hunter. I just have a hard time playing them for more than a few hours. This game's being cozy for tonight, but I guarantee you if we played like a week of this, I would get pretty bored. Alright, back to the cave. Yeah, I still like Pokemon, and I still think it's cute and enjoyable, but when I play it, I'm definitely here just kind of like sightseeing, more so than actually trying to immerse myself in the game and the combat and everything. What's my price? This stream cannot be bought, Arcane. I'm gonna do whatever I think is... I think most of the time I'm gonna be just doing Monster Hunter stuff, because I generally just want this to play... I want this to be a place where you can come when you're looking to see some neat Monster Hunter stuff. We're going to very occasionally do variety stuff like this. Very occasionally. But I'm happy and I guess really grateful that people are willing to watch me play other stuff too. Sure I will, Arcane. Sure I will. Oh, this is a really short tunnel. I was really getting used to the DS setup. Gonna be sad to see it go. I'm glad you liked it. I was working on getting my sleep fixed before this. This has destroyed anything I was working on as far as getting my sleep in a more healthy place. Where like, I was like, I'm gonna start streams a little earlier and I'm gonna go maybe only like 4, maybe 5 hours. With DS games, I'm starting earlier, but I'm going just as late and it's just screwing me up so bad. Did I already, I don't know if I confused it. It looks like, yeah, I did. So let me switch out to a different Pokemon now. How much do we have to pay you for you to tell us every so often that you are definitely playing Pokemon game off stream and having a blast? If you sub and you explicitly say that you want me to say that to you, I'll say that to you. There you go. The whole 12 days of DS has just been a tease. That's not the purpose of it. The purpose of it was to revisit some things I haven't played in a really long time and just hopefully give you guys something cozy to tune into. So you can be paid to lie only about Pokemon, Uchi. Everything else is off the table, but if you want me to lie to you about Pokemon, sure. That's business, baby. To celebrate my getting through this cave, I'm gonna battle you. You're not through yet. Also raise your hopes for what could be. I'm trying to be pretty straight up about like none of these games are getting continued. Like, I'm enjoying these games, but there's only so much time in the day, and there's tangible benefits and downsides to doing a bunch of variety on a channel. Like, I genuinely want people, I want this to be a place where people can think of Monster Hunter and Monster Hunter only for the most part. Anytime I'm doing variety, I do view it as a bit of like erosion towards that. Where like, I don't know. I want people to be able to expect this to be a place where they can tune in and see Monster Hunter like 6 days a week, almost all the time. So anything else besides that is, I don't know, distracting from that a little bit. Imagine if you played one every Saturday until it was beat, it'd be a long time. It would be like 3 months of Yoshi's Island. I guess, but that's not what's most important to me, Zach. I know that some folks probably are here because they like how I play games, but in general, I want this to be a Monster Hunter place. Defense curl. Thought this was a dating advice stream. Nope. Not gonna be much of use to you there. Hijack the last hour stream to whatever you want. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about variety overall, but this has gone better than I thought it was going to. Like I talked about, I was a little nervous doing this sort of thing because I'm not used to doing variety and I don't usually do variety. And this has been a better time, both for me, like I've enjoyed it more than I thought I was going to, and I guess I'm surprised that a lot of you enjoyed it too. Orberg City, we made it. Howdy, trainer. Huh? Uh-oh, you don't have a single gym badge. You better do something about that. I'll take you to the Pokemon gym. Huh? There's someone there. Is there a Pokemart I can go to first? Yay, I got a Pal Pad at the Pokemon Wi-Fi Club downstairs. I don't need that. What's your favorite kind of trainer? Can you tell me? Which kind of trainer would you like to be? Psychic, Ace Trainer, Bug Catcher, Ruin Maniac, Ace Trainer, 100%. An Ace Trainer is the kind of trainer you want to be, if it has anything to do with the Ace Hunters, of course. If that's the case, others may come to see you the same way. Then I'll just talk to you later. Alright, bye. Switch on the PC at any Pokemon Center. I'm glad I just have the option to, like, not reply to some stuff in chat sometimes. It's just kind of nice to get to look over and be like, just not say anything. Just say anything? Up ahead, there's a huge mountain that towers above everything. It divides Sinnoh into two distinct halves. TMs are single use only, but HMs can be used over and over. It's tricky trying to decide which Pokemon should learn what moves. When I run around with my running shoes on, I'm the center of attention. At least that's what it feels like. There's always someone looking at me. Yeah, this person is. The gym leader went off to work in the mine. Okay. What's your favorite track, Big G? I won't remember it just by you saying it, but... Roark is a user of Rock-type Pokemon. Don't you think Rock-type Pokemon are nice? I like how lumpy they are. Roark is our town's gym leader. He may be young, but he keeps the mine running safely and efficiently. The hiker encounter theme? I didn't even know there was a theme for, like, different types of encounters like that. Have you seen the vents? They release steam from down below. The badges that Pokemon gyms give you are a measure of a trainer's worth. By getting more badges, you get to buy more items. The Pokemart is staffed by a lady and a young fellow. They offer different kinds of merchandise, did you know? I didn't know that. I thought they were just both there for whatever reason. Oh, here's some special stuff. Tunnel Mail, stationery featuring a print of a dimly lit coal mine. Let a Pokemon hold it for delivery. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna buy it. Listen, do you have a Pokemon called Machop? No. Would you be willing to trade your Machop for my Abra? No. When you trade a Pokemon, the item it's holding is traded as well. That's pretty cool. A Pokemon obtained in a trade grows quickly. If a Pokemon grows too much, it may ignore the trainer. All Pokemon have a special power called an ability. Okay, that's all he said to us. My favorite Pokemon ability is the Pachirisu's Pickup. Darling picks up a lot of dropped items without me noticing. That's cool. My view's good from the second floor, but it's a pain going outside. If you don't mind, how about showing me a Pokemon called Geodude? I don't have one, sorry. I like those little side quests like that. Roark lets us train our Pokemon in the mine. There are 8 gym leaders in the Sinnoh region. The objective for trainers is to get all gym badges from them all. That means you have to defeat all of them in battles at their gyms. A gym leader isn't like any other trainer you meet. Obviously, they're a lot tougher. A lot. I'd take as many Pokemon as possible if I were you. Are you catching Pokemon? Here, take this if you'd like. A Dusk Ball. Nice. That's actually going to be useful right now. Hello, Civ. Welcome back. What'd you do to have fun? Giving nicknames to Pokemon is the way to go. Makes you feel as if they're your very own. He named our Psyduck Yellow just because of its color? I don't understand the logic behind that at all. Oh, honey, you should see our names. Played League? Nice. I'm glad you had fun with it. I feel like that's not always a guarantee with competitive games, depending on who you are. You know how Pokemon have different natures like we have personalities? I don't think it's surprising to see Pokemon in different colors. Have you ever seen or heard about differently colored Pokemon? For instance, a regular Pikachu has a yellow body. The different colored Pikachu has a sort of orange body. These vents exchange the hot air down below with the fresh air outside. Looking down them gives me the urge to start yelling into them. Hello! Huh? Oh, it's you, Mike. You finally got here? You're slow like always. Anyway, the gym leader's tough, like seriously serious. If the gym leader's this tough, I wonder how he compares to my dad. Huh? I just drifted there. Anyway, the gym leader's gone off to the coal mine. If you want to take on the gym leader, you better go off to the mine. Okay. I thought we were going to battle him. Everyone's proud of the mine. They're digging for coal under the sea as we speak. It's amazing how they do it. I'd forgotten about this mine area. It's cool looking. There's a Machop there. Chop, chop, Machop, chop away on the rocks. You're taking a tour of our coal mine? Wonderful, that's excellent of you. It's always good to learn about new things and broaden your horizons. It's not wrong. Machop. There's no question this is hard work, but working alongside Pokemon gives me a boost somehow. Here, take one of these. A super potion, thanks. Thanks, buddy. Feeling hale and hearty puts a smile on my face, and that makes me happy. Orberg Mine, beware of busy Pokemon. This pile of dirty sand's called a slag heap. It's the waste from sorting coal. Lovely. Yellow shard. A small yellow shard. It appears to be some kind of implement made long ago. Interesting. Okay. Not super descriptive. A dire hit. An item that raises the critical hit ratio of a Pokemon in battle. It wears off if the Pokemon's withdrawn. Interesting. I don't know what the yellow shard does, no. Let's go ahead and save. Oh, there's wild Pokemon in here. Yellow shards can be traded for a TM. Oh, neat. Well, that's neat, Big G. I had no idea. This is gonna be good. Nice. Goodbye, Zubat. Yay, soda. A Pokeball. Cool. Very intelligent battle going on right now. You want to nerd out so badly. You can feel free and share your thoughts. I don't guarantee I'll have anything intelligent to talk to you about as far as Pokemon combat design goes. We're just slowly taking our time going through each area. That seems to be the way I enjoy Pokemon right now, is kind of slowly going through each area rather than rushing through. I think I did a lot of rushing through as a kid. Cool music. Yay, a Geodude. We finally found one. These games seem complex to me, Big G, in terms of like the high level knowledge of how some of the systems work. Seems pretty complex to me. Great. Oh, I didn't realize it was already confused. The confusion does not seem to be sticking very well. This thing's gonna be a pain. We're getting there. Slowly. In Diamond Pro, you do actually need a calculator for something. What's that? Pretty controlled way of bringing this thing's health down. Hearthhome City's gym puzzle in Diamond Pro, you need to solve actual math. Oh, I wouldn't like that very much. I don't like math. Got him. Either there's nothing in the footprint. I was gonna say that your current team gets murked by electric type moves, Bidoof will be part water type on evolution. So on one hand, it would be compelling to change up your party when you get more options to choose from, but fundamentally isn't Pokemon designed to be about connecting with virtual animals the way you would say like with a pet? What irks you about so much of Pokemon's mechanical side is that impersonal and callous design making is encouraged, or decision making is encouraged. Yeah, I get that. It's an interesting, I don't know, thing about the games. We probably will switch things up. I'm just keeping things in my party because we've caught them. Eventually, I will switch things up to be a little bit more balanced. I don't know if I want to fight this thing. It's gonna take too long. There's a box. Can't do anything with the box. We can jump down. I'm kind of worried to jump down. I don't know where I'm going. If all these things do is I don't have anything that can really take out these Geodudes quickly, so I think I'm gonna avoid doing random battles in here. It's just gonna take too long. We'll do for trainer fights though. I'm gonna let you in on my secret. I snuck my Pokemon to work. Good for you, bud. Worker Mason. Geodude. Great. Speed sharply rose. There. I'm gonna bet this thing doesn't have any rock moves yet. Yeah. Hey, a crit. We might want to... I don't know if we actually have any Pokemon that are going to make this easy on us. I think this is going to be kind of a rough gym leader fight, to be honest with you. Unless he has a bunch of Machops. Machops would be easier to get rid of with, I think our flying type move, our wing attack will cut through flying type, or fighting type pretty well. If I remember that matchup correctly. But if he has a bunch of Geodude that just do this, it's going to be hell. Did you not catch Psyduck? I did. It doesn't have a water move yet. We should continue to level it up, I guess. That's fair. I'd forgotten we had Psyduck. That's probably the one counter we have. Should learn Water Gun soon. Okay. No, you look it up. I don't need you to look it up. It's okay. We'll bet on we'll bet on uploading it. We'll bet on leveling up that Psyduck. In fact, right now I think we'll switch out to that Psyduck for the last part of this fight. Oh, it's low on health. What's bag? static here. We'll use a potion on Soda. Okay. Alright, we should make this. Shoot, never mind. We have to use another potion. Magic pixel there. That's okay. It's gonna help. As soon as we learn Water Gun, this is not gonna be an issue anymore, so it's worthwhile to do. Alright, goodbye, you dumb fast rock. There we go. That was a pain of a rock to chip down. Alright, let's get that little item, and then we're gonna go back up to the top of the mine and heal. Oh, a potion. That's nice. Yeah, we're gonna go back out. Brr. It's a good noise. The UI in this game looks really nice. Very clean. I'm a fan. Trying to think if I want to use that Geodude or not that we caught. Let's kind of take a look at our party here. I think I know I'm going to keep Chimchar and Starly. I'll probably keep Shinx for now and Psyduck. Bidoof and Zubat are the two I'm like not sure about. We could switch the Zubat out for a Geodude. I think for now we're going to stick with what we've got here, these 6. Yeah, it's an interesting change. I remember hearing about that and thinking it was an interesting shift from how they'd structured the moves early on in the other games. Oh, good night, Annie. Stand back and watch this. Oh, he's gonna use Rock Smash. Wow, very impressive. Oh, that's Palmer. Bye. Sent out Geodude, you don't say. This one's a lower level than the other one we fought, which is good. I mean, I guess this is like the optimal way to do this. Keep them confused so they have a chance of hurting themselves too. Use Leech Life so that you get a little bit of HP back. So that if they do end a hit on you, it doesn't matter. Like if we're going to be hitting it for like 1 damage either way, we might as well just have it. Yeah, we might as well double up the chances and also leech our life back. Yeah, this seems fine. Like if they're going to use a lame strategy, this is like the most equally lame strategy we have in our toolkit right now. Seeing as we have no moves, they'll be super effective against rock type. How far are you playing to? We're doing a regular amount of streams, so we're gonna have another couple hours here, Frenchie. We'll probably at least get through the first gym, I think. Yeah, we're just playing through, we're doing a full Pokemon stream here tonight. We've already been going for about 3.5 hours, I guess. Oh, it's already confused, whoops. First gym or so? Yeah, probably a little after that. I just figured like this would be a nice way to cap off the 12 days of NDS, and it would be a nice cozy way to spend Christmas stream. A lot of folks have some fond memories with Pokemon, so I figured it'd be a nice time. He says while whittling a Geodude's HP down to 0, slowly, painfully. So cozy. Alright, we're gonna confuse it. We're gonna just switch now. You've welcomed Zubat into your family. Why? We don't have anything that has any water or grass moves right now, so we have no good ways of damaging this Geodude, so that Zubat is actually the best thing we've got. Like, it being able to make the Geodude confused so it can hit itself. There we go. And me being able to leech some of its life back to us is, like, literally the best thing we have in our team currently for dealing with that. Machop, huh? Let's keep battling with Soda for a minute, and we'll switch out to our Starly. Have the Starly use Wing Attack. I think that's super effective if I remember correctly. Who's your starter? Chimchar. Chimchar's what I used back in the day, and so I couldn't help myself. I had to today. Yeah, I remember the type matchup. Nice. An escape rope. We could use that. I think we might. Nah, this is a pretty small dungeon. It would be a waste, wouldn't it? Are Firestars your go-to? I think they are. I've done playthroughs with other ones, but I think the ones that I remember most fondly and the ones that I feel like I'm mostly fire type guy. There are some generations where the fire type's super ugly and I'm not into it, but most of my favorite starters are fire type Pokemon. I like Chimchar a lot. I really like Cyndaquil a lot. I guess I'm more of a Trico guy in 3rd gen. I like Charmander quite a bit too. Want to know some cool sprite trivia? Yeah, sure. I haven't played through a game with Fennekin. Or that pig thing. Fennekin was X and Y. In X and Y, I did play that game actually. Is it bad that I don't remember the starters? I might have a Fennekin. Hang on. I literally don't remember. No, I went with Froakie because I wanted a Greninja. Greninja's pretty freaking sweet. Fennekin's cool too. Actually, maybe I went with Chespin. I think I might have gone with Chespin, to be honest with you. I forget which one I went with. Hey, Lassanid. Been some times, isn't it? It's been a nice holiday. I hope you've had a holiday, or a nice holiday if you were celebrating. How's things? It's been nice. We're playing some cozy Pokemon to end off the 12 days of Nintendo DS. Yeah. Def not a holiday for you. Well, I hope you've had a nice time the last few days lasting either way. Alright, so we've taken the gym leader out of there. Let's try and make sure we level up our Psyduck as much as we can going through the gym here. You have final exams tomorrow? I wish you the best of luck. Howdy, how's it going, champ-to-be? That's what I said to a really impatient boy earlier too. The gym leader is a user of Rock-type Pokemon. Well listen, Rock-type Pokemon really hate water, alright? They're also weak to Grass-type moves. Gee, they sure have weaknesses. None I have. Don't think it'll be easy. You don't get to be a gym leader without covering for weaknesses. Going after a Rock-type Pokemon with a Fire-type won't be easy either. That's all the advice I can give. Thanks for listening. Alright, let's try and get our Psyduck to learn a water move. Good luck with your exams, lass. And props for working so hard on school. Of course it's a Geodude. They're much higher level than us. Oh. Well, props to you, Lassanid. Good job. Oh man, truly the Bizarrios strategy of Pokemon. Just let's make it so like nothing you do against this thing has any weight. Just make it a slog. I have no opinion on Mega Evolutions. I've played 1 or 2 games with them. To me, they seem kind of hokey. I feel like I feel like Pokemon would do better overhauling core parts of itself rather than tacking on random gimmicks. Like, I haven't experienced all the different gimmicks like Gigantamax or whatever the heck, but that's my impression from the outside. Is like I'm not impressed by those inclusions. I'm like, it feels like they're just tacking on weird stuff and changing it out every other game. I think in general, when a series gets to the point where it's just tacking on and then removing gimmicks on a game-to-game basis, it's a sign that something else needs to shift in a more tangible way. That's what Monster Hunter's been doing since Try. Take that as you will. Oh shoot, that's not what I wanted to do. What a waste. Gosh, hunting Geodude is just the worst. Or hunting. Fighting Geodude is just the worst. That's a pretty big issue too at Precious Stones. I mean, I don't think that the gimmicks add much to the games from what I've played. I'm not like super in depth in the series where I could really evaluate each gimmick on a level that would be interesting, but from the outside, the gimmicks don't make me more interested in the games. But yeah, also the blatant lack of like investment in the series is really a bummer. Come on, learn a water move. Ugh, we gotta go heal. Well, we've not over-leveled ourselves for this gym, I don't think. So over Geodudes. Oh wait, what am I doing? It's already confused. What are you talking about, Martz? Who's this your message to? I'm not seeing anything currently being held by Automod. Try rephrasing if it's not letting you through. There might be a certain word that's blocked or something. Sorry, I'm not even seeing whatever it is. Do you want to DM it to me, Marks? Geodude is literally a rock with hands. That's pretty funny if you think about it. Yeah, it is. A little Hot Pocket. Maybe we have like leaks blacklisted or something, Martz? I don't know. I'll take a look at our blacklisted terms after the stream and see what's causing that from getting sent through. Leak is banned. Well, that's fine. Studios being lazy? I would agree that studios being lazy isn't really a thing. Studios being mismanaged. Studios being mismanaged is. Those developers probably aren't being lazy. The people who are making the decisions up top are choosing to go for things that are unambitious and not giving the developers and people working at studios the resources they need to do things that are more ambitious. There's a difference. I'm sure lots of people who work at Pokemon would love to make a better Pokemon game rather than the same thing over and over again. They're just not being given the ability to do that for either staffing or time or money reasons. I bet there are very few people who are working at big places like that who are actually lazy to the point where it's just like, we're given all the money and time we need, but we're just going to sit around and crank out the same thing over and over again. Yeah, it's definitely a mismanagement issue. Please live. Shoot. I need to level them up. Ugh, that sucks. God, these are just not fun to fight unless you have a water or grass type. It's really a bummer. I mean, like, it's really a bummer that you can see where they've cut, like, visual corners or production corners when it's just like, you literally are making a game for the most popular piece of intellectual property on the planet. What are you doing? Like, how are games that, like, are attached to IP a third of your size or a quarter of your size coming out and being so much more polished? Whether it's, like, GTA or Call of Duty, like, those games are their own thing, but they're so much more polished than Pokemon ever has been. Screw this Geodude, man. GTA is not a good example anymore? I guess. That's not Rockstar who made that game, though. That's some crappy, like, they farmed that out to a crappy third-party developer. That's just them cashing in. That's just a cash grab. I mean, like, it doesn't do anything good for their series, but, like, Rockstar in general, the games that Rockstar makes are some of the most polished, most thoroughly made games in the industry. And, like, there's costs that come with that, like crunch and a lot of, like, unsavory parts that go into making a game as detailed and as polished as GTA 5 or as Red Dead Redemption 2. But when you look at that and you look at, like, probably, like, I mean, like, I'm not saying a similar amount of money makes every Pokemon game that went into making Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm sure it's more expensive than that. But when you look at, like, the Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA are both very popular names. They're very expensive names in the industry, I'm sure. They're still a lot more polished than Pokemon. I mean, yeah, that's fair, Lassini, but I mean, like, they've been on consoles where they've been making 3D Pokemon games for a decade now. And it's not even just about visuals either. It's about, like, the ambition that goes into the games, where, like, they've basically made the same game over and over and over again. Which, I mean, like, part of it is, like, you can't turn it into two... Oh, God. About to send in Onyx. We're gonna lose. We're gonna straight up lose without that Psyduck. Maybe we can burn it. Ugh. Dude, this gym sucks when you choose a fire starter. Holy crap. It's better than the other moves we've been using. Also, this is probably our only special attack move in the entire in my entire team, so the defense isn't going to affect it. Go Chaff. Starters are busted. Okay, we're probably gonna be alright, never mind. Should have had Mach Punch by now. If we just leveled our starter, it would have been that case. Hey, GG. Well, yeah, there's a difference between making a game for the 3DS and like a full-on console game to this, but like that shouldn't matter. Like, I get that it's not easy to take your existing development and switch over to something like that, but it shouldn't matter when you are literally the biggest piece of intellectual property on the planet. It shouldn't matter. You should have unlimited resources. There's no excuse. Like, I don't know. Hello, Pro Cow. Welcome in. Welcome in, Pro Cow and Raiders. Let's go ahead and shout them out. How was your stream tonight, Pro Cow? Ah, more Bloodborne it was. How did Bloodborne go tonight? And like, I don't really care about it that much. I don't really enjoy Pokemon, but it's just kind of silly seeing them have any sort of limitation that could be solved by money or time. Wonder how much money Game Freak makes from Pokemon games, considering they still only have 167 employees. See, like, that's another thing, is like they should have more employees. How much more powerful is the GameCube than the 3DS? Sizably? Alright, we gotta go level up our Psyduck so it learns Water Gun. Think your brain's broken? What's going on? Yeah, it's clear that it doesn't matter because they're still being very successful Hot Pocket. I think eventually it will matter. Eventually it will catch up with them. But, oh well. You're regressing or something? Everyone has bad days, Pro Count. Everyone has days where they play worse. I sure do. Don't worry, you got it. You'll get there. Whoops. Well, I think it's possible, Big G, for them to design a game that targets both their target demographic of kids, but also older Pokemon fans. And I think they're just completely failing to experiment in a way that's enjoyable to both audiences, when I think they could be nailing it. It wouldn't be easy, but I mean, like, you could hire in a lot of brilliant developers. You're literally a first-party Nintendo developer. the rest of your company's game, well, not Game Freak, the company, but the rest of Nintendo's games usually do a pretty good job of nailing that balance. Excited for Legends Arceus? It'll be interesting. It's definitely the most ambitious thing they've done with Pokemon in a while. I'm surprised it's coming out so soon. I didn't watch the most recent trailer of it, but the trailer they showed like to announce the thing like a year ago was like super rough looking, so I would be surprised if it was like really all that polished. Monster Hunter is following the same path. The difference being that Monster Hunter is like up and coming. It's not existent. It's not currently the most valuable IP on the planet. I think nowadays there should be no excuse for Monster Hunter to really be deprived of resources, seeing as it's Capcom's best-selling game ever. There's clearly potential there, but we'll see. Yeah, me neither, Hot Pocket, which is why I just don't buy the games. You want a world where Monster Hunter is the biggest IP? I don't know if I do. I want them to do well with it, though. It'd be cool if Monster Hunter was, if everybody was just a hunter. Well, I hope you're a cozy burrito. Pro count. Yeah, Monster Hunter might be owned by Nintendo if that was the case. Scary thought. What is the general consensus of World? It was a huge step up in quality and accessibility, but a lot of hardcore Monster Hunter fans don't call it a Monster Hunter game. Nox, there was a big focus on making it more accessible and making some aspects of the simulation and the visuals much more impressive without necessarily paying as much thought to how all the changes affected the depth and the balance of the combat. I think is the consensus, at least for me. Anybody who's saying that neither of those games is like a Monster Hunter game, Nox, is just, they're wrong. But I mean, the new games definitely are different kinds of games. Like they've shifted, they were a big enough shift that they've shifted some of how the genre feels to play from the older games. I think the general consensus is going to be that Monster Hunter World proved that people can really love Monster Hunter. Noxed. Marth, not Nox. Noxed. I think that going forward you'll see that, I mean, they're not going to change Monster Hunter back to how it was before. Probably both. I mean, like you can view that cynically, like they won't ever take it back to how it was before because they can see that this new style of Monster Hunter, this newest vision for Monster Hunter is successful. But also, I mean, I genuinely believe, uncynically, that whenever they make a Monster Hunter game, it is their vision for what they want to deliver on whatever market segment they're targeting at the time, whether it's Switch owners that they're targeting or general big consoles and PCs at large. Like, I believe that whatever game they release is what they want to make and what they want to release. A crit! Why are your Pokemons under-leveled? Because we've been training up all 6, and not just 1 or 2. We've not just been unga-bungaing through. We've been focusing on training up whatever low-level ones we've caught. Yay, it's gonna learn Water Gun now. We're saved. We're saved! Alright, let's go stomp the gym. Just get EXP share? I don't think it's available at this point in the game. Let's go! Oh, it's not Palmer, this is Roark. Here we go! Yeah, I got you next. I prefer this, I think, to having the EXP share on by default. Alright, time to use our fancy new water move. Woo! Poor Zubat. Holy crap. Yikes, bye. Just gonna throw Static out there real quick to cut its attack down. Stealth Rock. Pointed stones float in the air. Well, good thing we switched in before that. Screw you and your Geodude! You can play DS games on the 3DS? Yep, that's what we're doing right now. This is being played through 3DS backwards compatibility. Whee! Oh, of course he did. I shouldn't have scratched. The scratch wouldn't have killed him anyways at that point. That was silly of me. Whew, scary. This should finish him off. Yeah. Go Soda! Cranidos. Oh gosh, I forgot about this thing. Think you can take down the next Pokemon like you did earlier? Yes, I do. Has Mold Breaker. I don't know what that means. I should have bought more potions. We're still gonna use this. It's a waste, but it's what we gotta do. Why soda? Soda water. This is something you'd have at a cafe, and it is something that's themed around water. Pursuit. What the hell's that move? Well, rip. We're gonna take down his attack stat with Static. Yikes. Yeah, it gets to go first. Good stuff. Still a lot of damage. I'm just gonna keep growling with Bidoof here. Pursuit. I don't know what that move does. A crit. I'm just gonna growl with Cotton too. I don't think it's a fighting type, it's a rock type, so I don't think it would be especially effective to use wing attacks, so we're just gonna keep growling. Shoot. Just dead. Of course it gets a crit. Good stuff. Alright, let's see if we can finish it off. Good stuff. There we go. Oh, geez. Well... Curtains. So many crits. The end. Mike scurried to a Pokemon Center, protecting the exhausted and fainted Pokemon from further harm. We are going to bring some more potions in with us, I think. So we can heal up that Psyduck a bit more. Let's try it again. Might just kill us. Whew, good job. No! Well, we're just gonna go ahead and use a potion on Psyduck. Yeah. Stealth Rock. Shoot, I really wish I didn't do that. Go Soda. It really is a nice setup, isn't it, between the Poison Stones and Pursuit on Cranidos? Come on, if we survive one hit. Jeez. Alright, we're gonna try with Psyduck. We could try and nerf it more before we get to Psyduck. I guess, you know what, that's what we're gonna do, is we're gonna shift in and try and get a Growl off with Starly or Bidoof. Hell yeah, Bidoof with its quick claw. Come on, go first. No! Lower defense isn't going to, but Growl will help. Growl will help with the Psyduck last longer. That's the idea. Literally just throwing out our whole team, sacrificing just to get the Growl. Leer is defense. Taunt is... If always taunting into a rage that allows it to only use attack moves for 2 to 4 turns. That's not what we want. We're just going to wear it down with Ember as much as we can and then throw out Psyduck for the end. Maybe we can burn it. Yeah. This is a decent strat. It's the best strat we've got at the moment because most of our Pokemon aren't going to be able to do anything reasonable to it with Tackle. The burn is going to be helpful too. Oh, attack stabs have when it's burned. I forgot about that. You know, we might finish off without Psyduck. We'll see. Yeah, this is gonna work out, I think. No way, not yet, unless he uses a potion. Ah! Who would have known? So are burns and poison like true damage? Seems like they're dealing more damage that's unaffected by stat changes. You know, like true damage from Monster Hunter. Alright, here we go. See how this goes. Let's go, Soda. Oh yeah. So worth throwing out all those attack debuffs. Yeah! We did it! Soda the Anchor. This is what you do when literally only one Pokemon on your team has a special effective moves. Super effective move, rather. This is embarrassing. I went and lost to a trainer who didn't have a single gym badge. That's rough. You were strong and I was weak. That's all there is to it. According to the Pokemon Gym League rules, I have to give you our gym badge. Since you've beaten me, the leader. Thanks. That was fun. Receive the coal badge. If more fights were like that, it would be a better game. That was still fun, though. Pokemon can now use the hidden move Rock Smash outside of battle. And, like, there's limits to that. Like, if his team was all Geodudes just using Defense Curl, it would just suck. But they weren't all... his team was more interesting than that. So it kind of makes it all the more blatant that, like, the 2 trainers leading up to him was just, like, Geodude used Defense Curl, haha. Ever thought about doing a Nuzlocke? I'm not good enough at Pokemon Noxed. This is the first time I've really played much Pokemon in, like, years, and I'm not really, like, that into it. It's cozy and fun. I mainly just like it for collecting the Pokemon and seeing the cute designs and cute places you go. I don't really care for the turn-based combat very much. Alright, well, we did it. It's okay, ProCow. Worthwhile things take time. I'm sorry you're having a rough time of it recently, though. You'll get there. I said everyone has bad days. Or bad weeks, it happens. I know I have. Alright, we haven't been to this place yet. Orberg Mining Museum. Coal mining and you. It's a little far from here, but there's a city called Eternity. I've heard a curious person named the Underground Man lives there. With a name like that, he must be an authority on the underground. Mining must take a strong mind, and not just a tough body. Think about it, you're in darkness, digging desperately through rock. The history of Orberg Mine. You could call it a history of effort and friendship between people and Pokemon. Whoa, so this is coal? Never expected something this big. And that color really is as black as they say. Wow, that Pokemon that carried this must be terribly strong. Well, how about that? The Orberg mine extends under the seafloor. Hello, how are you? I study Pokemon fossils, me right here and now. On the verge of a breakthrough I am to achieve extraction from fossils. From fossils I can extract Pokemon, but not yet. Not yet. Hello, welcome to the Orberg Mining Museum. Alright, I think that's the whole town. That second attempt went a lot better at the gym leaders fight. Route 207. I guess this is probably the way we go? Let's check our map. Oh, I guess we can use Rock Slash now. Rock Smash now. We could teach that to one of our Pokemon. So Robusta can, Soda can, and Chaff can. I feel like we could give it to Soda. Or Robusta, I don't know. Marth said that Robusta is going to be part water type when it levels up. So I feel like maybe Soda's a better bet. I might want to keep Soda in my team longer. So I'm going to make it use Rock Smash. Water Sprout, Scratch, Tail Whip. I think Tail Whip's going to go. Okay. There's a person on a bike. Slope's too slippery, you'll need a bike to get up. Don't have a bicycle? There's a cycle shop in Eterna. Ah, so we probably don't go this way yet. That's okay. Water sport's more useless, they're both pretty useless. Aha! A Machop. No, you're good, Marts. I don't mind you guys telling me what to get rid of or what you would personally get rid of. As long as you guys don't mind me doing my own thing. My thought was, like, Tail Whip might be more broadly useful, but, like, a lot of Pokemon have that kind of move, whereas Water Sport's at least unique. Alright, let's try and level up a few of our Pokemon here. Alright, so who's lower level right now? Citrus is 8, Robusta's 8, Soda's 12. We're all right around level 10. Doing it this way is fun because we're really not power leveling anything. Which is fun. It means that everything's going to give us an actual, like, challenge. Oh, this is going to suck. Poor Robusta. You can do it, Robusta! Yeah! A crit. Good job. Survive! I think we're going to go for it. Yeah, good job, Robusta. Roast. Ooh, a Ponyta! Too bad we already have a cool fire type. Oh, man. Bummer. We'll at least catch it. Man, imagine the fun you'd be having if you had a freaking grass type or a water type. You'd have just come through here and stomped the gym. You get a nice fire type right outside the first gym. Best way to play for you would be limit training as much as possible so that more battles are edge of your seat and closer matches. It will considerably slow the game down if every trainer has you retreating to the Poké Center, but seeing what that you can get away with might be more fun for you. Eh. I'm not super worried about it. That's awesome, Feisty Child. I don't think we're going to play far enough into the game where it'll matter. But I think catching Pokemon and training up your weakest Pokemon on purpose is a fun way to do the game. Come on. There we go. Got it. Call yourself a Ponyta. Wild hot coffee? I don't know what to call it. That's fair, FPS. That would have been a good one. See if there's anything else besides Ponyta and Machop here. Did I notice that the Pokemon cries get pitched down when they're hurt? Yeah, I guess so. Noticed that, and I've also noticed the difference in hit noise, depending on how effective your damage was. Hello, Monkey-Bot, welcome! Ristra heart to you too. Merry Christmas if you're celebrating. Or if you were celebrating. And if not, just happy holidays. A Zubat. Oh, I thought it was a rock type move. Whoops. Rock Smash is a fighting type move. I had no idea. Did I play Monster Hunter Stories? I have not, no. I mean to, but I haven't yet. Hunting for shinies is cool. That's something I did the last time I actually played much Pokemon. When I first got a 3DS, I hadn't been playing video games in several years. And when I first got back into video games, I played a lot of X and Y and ORAS, and I enjoyed shiny hunting in both of those games. I never finished either of those games, I don't think, because I kind of burnt out on both of the games, but I enjoyed shiny hunting. It was fun. That was before I played Monster Hunter. Wish you had the time, but you don't. It's fair. Alright, I think it's pretty safe to say that we've seen most of everything that's going to be in this patch of grass. So we should go heal up and get back into the cave and do some rock smashing. When did you discover Monster Hunter? I discovered Monster Hunter about 5 years ago on the 3DS. I had tried and I had tried 4 Ultimate, but not really gotten into them. And then when Generations came out, I played Generations and looked up a few videos about it on YouTube. I wish I remembered more about what I thought about the games when I first started playing. I don't really remember what made me decide to finally start playing more of it, but I just got into it and I enjoyed it. The first thing that clicked with me was Aerial Longsword, because it was nice and simple. Like, you can just jump on the monster, and then once you've jumped on the monster, then you spam your spirit combo. I really enjoyed getting into it and making mixed sets. As soon as I started learning about, like, I learned about Booja Booja Boo. The bottom screen is, like, not updating properly. There we go. I learned about Booja Booja Boo, and that really got me into mix set making, and I really enjoyed it a lot. When did you decide that you needed to stream it? I was already thinking about making videos about video games. At the point before I started streaming Monster Hunter, I was playing a lot of different games. I played Monster Hunter, I played a lot of different indie games, a couple of Nintendo first-party games like Breath of the Wild, stuff like that. And I thought I was going to try and make videos talking about what made those games tick, or what I thought was the merits behind those games' game designs, or the flaws in those games' game designs. But I got really into Monster Hunter and got to the point where it's the only series that really clicks super well with me. I just really, really like it. That was a lot older than that, Martz. That was way before. I don't even consider that relevant. Oh, it was a Barry battle, or a Ethan battle. I guess I got to the point where I wanted to play more Monster Hunter, and I had seen some videos on YouTube of somebody named Silver Rathalos doing heroics runs in Portable Third, and I was like, I want to be good enough someday that I can do cool stuff, cool challenges like that. And so I started streaming. And I started streaming by playing through Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, because I'd played through, by the time I started streaming, I'd played through Generations and Monster Hunter World's base game, and decided I wanted to go back and experience one of the old ones, so I did. And the experience of playing through Freedom Unite on stream has shaped me a lot in terms of how I enjoy the series and how I enjoy streaming. Whoops, Mike, you got the gym badge, huh? Eterna City's the next place with a gym that gives away badges, right? So yeah, I went to Route 207, but you can't go there without a bicycle. I made my team battle and toughled them up, so it wasn't a waste. So, I'm going back to Jubilife City. Next stop, the Eterna Gym Badge. 10 seconds before I dash. 9. Bah, who's got time to count? I wish I had the VODs saved, Big G. It was before I saved her highlighted VODs. Wish I could look back on some of that early Freeman Knight gameplay. Astonis, Ghost. The thought of a Psyduck smashing a rock is just kind of funny. It's cool that you started with Generations though, still has that old Monster Hunter feel, so it's not horrible to go back to the old ones than someone who starts with World of Rise. Yeah, if you start with World of Rise, it would be tougher to go back to the new one, or to the old ones, it's true. Because there's so much that's shifted. Kind of like, I feel like if you started with 3rd gen and onward, it's kind of tough to go back to 1st and 2nd gen. Anytime you've past a point where there's a big shift in the series, like from 2nd gen to 3rd gen, or from 4th gen to 5th gen, it's kind of tough to go back further than that. Hey Arcane, welcome back. We're still playing Pokemon. Soda is our anchor right now, dude. There's been so many rock Pokemon early in this game. Orberg Gate. Lots of places to rock smash. Golduck might be one of your favorite Pokemon. He's pretty cool. I was thinking about that. If we leveled the Psyduck up enough, we can have one of those guys. They're pretty neat. This one isn't even old in my mind, Marths. I'm like so used to it. I'm just like, this is just what are you talking about, old Pokemon game? This is just a Pokemon game. Why did you teach him Rock Smash? Ooh, a Golbat. I taught him Rock Smash because I feel like I'm going to keep him as a part of my team for a while, and so I need that move around. If he's a level 10 Golbat, we can probably expect our Zubat to evolve pretty soon. You have a dumb beaver and you chose to teach it to the useful duck? I'm probably going to get rid of the Bidoof at some point, so that's why we're not going to be keeping it on the Bidoof. I mean, I've played the really old stuff before. I've played through part of Pokemon Silver and Crystal, and I've played through a good chunk of Pokemon Red. I don't know, I've played some of the older ones. I played Yellow as a kid too. Like, I've played bits and pieces, but this is definitely the game I played the most of. go back and fit the entire beaver in his mouth. He's probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong. Got it. What are we gonna name this one? We're gonna name this one Gulp. Or Slurp? What do you think, Gulp or Slurp? I think Slurp. A big pearl. A quite large pearl that sparkles in the pretty silver color can be sold at a high price to shops. Okay. I think the Pokemon OSTs are pretty... Oh, whoops. I think the Pokemon OSTs are pretty nice, Marth. They're pretty fun. Good music. I'm always jamming out to them. Black and White had a really good soundtrack. I've heard some of the music from it. It does sound good. So I wish to play it. I just don't have the time. Nice. Good crit. Good crit. Alright, I'm good on these Zubats. I'm good on these Zubats. Can't escape. Really. I'm gonna try again. Can't escape. Okay. Well... Oh, okay. I didn't even mean to run there, but it worked. Cool. Are you a trainer? God damn it. At least we can easily swap and kill this Geodude with Soda. Brr, brr. It's fun to get to play this game again. Where do I go? I feel like you need a... I feel like it seems like you need a bike. Can't progress further into the cave. Oh, okay. I must have to head back to this other city first. I thought this was the next place we were supposed to go. We made it! Cozy theme. Oh, it's Looker. Tell me, have you not obtained a Pal Pad? Is not a Pal Pad free to anyone visiting the Pokemon Center's basement? Anyway, there appears to be no one shady in this Jubilife City. I shall therefore take my investigation elsewhere. But my friend, I suggest you remain vigilant for shady grown-ups. Yeah, none of those around. Me. Pokecheck? What's that, OC Lionheart? Merry Christmas to you, by the way. Welcome. Anybody who I haven't said Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays to, just thanks for being here on a cozy night. An extension? Ah. Floaroma, Canalave, Eterna. We're supposed to go to Eterna. Maybe we have to go up through Floaroma town to get to the city, as opposed to going through the cave. Unless there's a bike shop here. I didn't see a bike shop. I thought I explored pretty much everywhere. What's this place? The Global Terminal. Oh yeah, I remember this place. We won't be able to do anything there. The way you look, you're obviously a trainer. Can you tell me what type of Pokemon you like? I like fire types. You must have a fiery personality. You better watch out, fire isn't doused by water, though. If everyone around the world had Pokemon, then everyone around the world could communicate. I got my Pikachu through a trade from someone somewhere in the world. It grows quickly, so its level goes up quickly, too. It doesn't always listen to you. Bike shop is in Eterna. I like look at Pokemon I get from friend in trade. It make me remember my friend. We come from faraway land. I come see the Pokemon I trade. I worry if it growing properly. It'll be okay. When you connect with people on Nintendo WFC, it's hard to tell if the world's big or small. Well, right now it's pretty small. You can trade with people around the world on Nintendo WFC, can you now? This whole house is just poorly, unfortunately mistaken. Alright, well. See if we can buy anything new from the shop with our new gym badge. Potion, super potion. Escape rope, repel. Cool. No revives we can buy. We have one escape rope already, and we have one repel already, so I think we're okay. Potions? I'm gonna buy one. I think we have enough Pokeballs for now. Alright, what's this other person sell? Airmail. Heal Ball. Okay. Heal Ball. Let's get one of those. Okay. Alright, let's go! Excuse me. Oh. Now, Professor Rowan, you must comply. Hand over all your research findings for free, naturally. Failure to comply will result in a painful time for your assistant. Ah, Mike. Well, how's the Pokedex progressing? That's Orberg's gym badge, I see. Hadn't I given you your first Pokemon only recently? Perhaps being a trainer is like second nature to you. Oh, Professor of Pokemon, must you be so difficult? We are speaking to you on business because this is work for us. What we're saying is we demand you comply with our demands. Quiet, you lot. Why must you be such a nuisance? Let me list some lessons you still need to learn. Don't loiter about for no good reason. Don't interrupt others while they are attempting to converse. If you don't get your way, don't raise your voice to be intimidating. Don't think you've grown strong just because you're in a group. What is with those outlandish outfits you have on? That's a point. My goodness, you call yourselves adults? You kids don't grow up to be like these sorry specimens. Yeah, you had to make this personal. You have forced our hand into making a show of force. We will make you regret insulting Team Galactic. You kids, give these thugs a lesson in civility, please. Mike, let's battle together. Galactic Grunt and Galactic Grunt. Stunky and Glameow, oh my gosh. Oh, this is in Smash! It's always sick when this comes on in Smash. Was that crit? I don't know. We're gonna bring in static so it brings down both of their attacks. Just inherently. It strikes me as high value. Should feint the Turtwig? No! Wow, that crit though. Oh great, here we go. Poor Turtwig. Goodbye, Glameow. Music's really good. There we go. Nice. 2 level up straight in a row. Good stuff. Spark. Sick. Finally on a lightning attack, or an electric attack rather. How is static a coffee? When you grind stuff, there is often a lot of static and the grinds will stick all together. It's not even just like types of coffee we're going with, we're just going words that can be related to a cafe at this point. You leave us no option, we'll retreat for now. We shall do so because Team Galactic is benevolent to all. They called themselves Team Galactic. When Pokemon evolve, they seem to release some type of energy. However, I believe that it's a mystic power, far beyond our control. Team Galactic seems to be studying that power's potential. They want to know if it can be used as energy for something. Mike, did you know? The professor studies the evolution of Pokemon too. According to his research, 90% of all Pokemon are somehow tied to evolution. Maybe that's the reason those people tried to take the professor's research data by force. That's really unforgivable. It's all over now. Or it's all over, so you can relax now. Still, thanks to you two, nothing came of that situation. I appreciate that. Incidentally, Mike, kudos to you for your battling skill. Got me thinking, why don't you collect all the gym badges as Sinnoh? Doing so, you'll be sure to encounter lots of Pokemon. That, of course, means your Pokedex pages will continuously fill up. In other words, it'll be of great help to my research. That said, I've given you your first Pokemon, and Pokedex is yours to keep. You're free to do with them as you wish. Take care now. Something nice about trying to train up 6 Pokemon right around the time of the first gym is nice because like I really don't like it when your starter Pokemon evolves super fast and you barely have time to use its starter form. It makes me feel sad. So I like that it's taking longer for us to evolve this Chimchar. That was very good. Nicely done. Truly excellent. I beg your pardon. I'm from Jubilife TV. I'd like you to have something for letting me see that smashing battle. The fashion case. Put the fashion case in the key items pocket. Contained within that fashion case, you'll find a whole spectrum of chic accessories and tasteful backdrops. Dress up your Pokemon and watch their appeal grow. Right now, the TV station is offering its facilities, so visitors can dress up their Pokemon. There are also prize giveaways, too. Please do visit our TV station. Need to go over to the Poké Center. Alright, well, let's see if we can make it to the next town. So tired, but you like watching the stream. We'll probably end in about, like another half an hour or so if you want to stick around longer. But if not, that's okay. Just a Bidoof. A level 4 one, too. Oh, right, it's not going to work on him. Let's just leave. We're not going to get any worthwhile experience points from this. See if we can find anything else interesting in this patch of grass, though. Seems like just Bidoof. No Voodoo at night. That's a bummer. There's Shinx, but we already have one of those. I like the various screen effects that pop up when you go into a battle. Alright, after this I'm going to do one more random encounter and see if something else shows up. Otherwise we'll move on. Just a Starly. Okay, we're going to move on. All pretty low level too. You heard of the cute charm glitch? No, I have not. Alright, off we go. Trainer battle time. A weak looking trainer. You want to have a go? Yeah, sure, let's go. Alright, last Sarah, what's it going to be? A level 7 Shinx. I'm sure some folks in chat do, Game God. I don't personally. See ya. Should have said no. You were the one asking. Beat you with the magic cart my dad gave me. Okay. Sure. Equal speed on these two. Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby are really good. I think the ones that I've probably spent the most time playing are this game, Emerald, and probably Omega Ruby. I really enjoyed Omega Ruby. Whoops, it's already confused. Just more Shinx. What happens is if your trainer ID and your secret ID match your shiny ID, when a Pokemon encounter is altered by a Pokemon with Cute Charm, which changes the randomness of male-female encounters, the resulting Pokemon can be shiny about 12 to 20% of the time. That's cool. That's a lot of the time. There's a Voodoo. It's our first time seeing one. Oh, whoops. I should have done Supersonic. This music's good. Cold water sport. Let's make sure there's nothing else in this patch of grass. I'm pretty sure that Pokemon availability is decided on a route-to-route basis and not a patch of grass to patch of grass basis, but I could be wrong. It seems that way. There are boulders blocking the way inside the cavern. Think a Pokemon's hidden move will be able to smash those boulders, though. You're correct. Ravaged Path. What would be your main stream game if you weren't into Monster Hunter? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that because I haven't played any games I've enjoyed as much as Monster Hunter since I got into Monster Hunter really hardcore. Before this, I played a lot of different games. I didn't just play one, so it might be more variety. Like, I used to check out a lot of indie games, and I used to play a lot of Nintendo first-party games. Back before I got into MH. Souls games? I've tried them once or twice. They're not really my thing. I wasn't super into those before or anything. Rock Tomb. Another Psyduck. We should troll around in here for a minute and see if anything else rare shows up. Probably a Zubat and Psyduck. I'm gonna give it one more encounter after this and then we'll go. Yep, let's go. What did you not like about the Souls games? I mean, I tried them out after I played with Monster Hunter. For me, it's mostly a tonal thing. I don't want to, like, I don't think I'll ever enjoy playing games with, like, dour, grim atmospheres like that. When I'm playing a game, I don't really want to feel, like, covered in, like, despair and darkness and, like, grimness. I don't know. Just don't find it pleasant to be in like I find it pleasant to hang out in games like Monster Hunter. Yeah, like you'd never catch me playing a horror game. I think it would just be kind of, I don't know, it would affect me badly. This poor Bidoof only still knows tackle. Or still only knows tackle, rather. No Resident Evil then? No, probably not. I really wanted to do the Resident Evil 2 remake. It looked really cool, but... sorry. Even that, I think just, I don't know. I think games like that would affect me a lot in terms of making me feel pretty anxious, and I don't want to feel anxious on stream. Whether from the tension, or from the visuals, or from the mood, or from the limited resources you have at hand. So beyond for Tetris days, Tetris isn't a great stream game, I don't think. Every once in a while we'll do them just kind of to have a chill time, but I can't really read chat a whole lot when I play Tetris, so it's not a great stream game. Respect that, yeah. Stuff that's like real grim and dour like that, I'm just not interested. Like, I don't know, I feel like it would really affect me quite a bit. I don't like horror movies or thrillers. I don't like anything like that, so yeah. Just not my thing. Or like, you could never get me to go to like a haunted house or something. It would just, I don't know. It would partially freak me out, but also just, I just don't get the whole like subject yourself to thrills kind of thing. Like, I don't like roller coasters either, stuff like that. Rock Tomb. Thanks for pulling it up, Digit Artist. I appreciate it. Maybe we'll teach one of our Pokemon that. We don't have a rock type move right now. Yeah, you go, Robusta. That freaking Quick Claw. Come on, Quick Claw. No! You got this, Bidoof. Yeah! Is Metroid too grim? Probably not. I've played Metroid before and enjoyed it. There's like something about, like, Metroid's like sci-fi horror kind of, but it's pretty arcadey. The visuals aren't too grim or dark. They're mostly just kind of like sci-fi. There's something about a lot of horror games and Dark Souls games where it's just like everything's just wrecked. It's just like a real despair-filled environment that I don't want to be around, if that makes sense. Another Cricketot. Did I, Big G? I don't think I have. Have you tried Doom? I do like Doom. Doom isn't grim. Doom is the kind of camp gore that I'm into, which is the weird thing. Like, I like certain things that are like, it's not just like gore or horror. Damn. Okay, Cricketot. It's not just like stuff being gory. It's like the mood. It's the mood and the atmosphere. And Doom isn't like despair filled. Doom is campy and dumb. Surprised you're into Doom? I mean, I haven't played lots of Doom, but I enjoy it. Like, I have Doom and Doom Eternal, and I haven't finished either of them because they're not Monster Hunter. I enjoy all of them, Hot Pocket. I haven't finished any of them though. Finishing classic Doom on stream would be something I'd like to do someday. Alright, I don't think there's anything new for us to find here. Ooh, a double battle up there, looks like. Let me show off my bug Pokemon. Okay, you show off your bug Pokemon. Bummer that our fire type just fainted. I feel like I remember Bug being super effective against Bug. Is that the case? Have you played any Monster Hunter clones? No. No, I'm not interested in those because why would I play those when I still have Monster Hunter to play? And like all of them probably won't fit my enjoyment of Monster Hunter the same way that Monster Hunter does. Bug moves are super effective against Dark-type Pokemon? Gotcha. Have you played Halo Infinite Campaign? I have not. I played a bit of Halo Infinite multiplayer and I enjoyed it, but I am not responsible enough to play it often. Playing it often makes me stay up way too late and get really little sleep, and so I've been avoiding playing it. But it seemed good. I haven't played many FPS campaigns in general, but Halo Infinite looks interesting. And that's like kind of an open world Halo level. I will say that like the Halo combat that I played in the multiplayer felt like it clicked with me a lot more than like your average first person shooter does. It having different mechanics all at play with one another, whether it's power-ups or grenades or shields or whatever, different types of weapons seems much more interesting to me than just like go through and shoot heads. I think I prefer to fall towards like the side of like older school arena shooters and like weapons having hit like time to travel time and stuff like that, like physical properties. Yeah. Just stuff like that. Did you ever play Witcher 3? I own it, and I played the first like hour. I own it on two platforms now. I own it on PC and PS4. And I played the first like 2 hours or so on the PS4, and which I enjoyed the world building and I enjoyed the quest descriptions, and then I got to like the first main combat encounter against the Griffin and I was like, oh, okay, I'm out. Geralt does not feel very good to move around, or at least it didn't on the PS4. I know that's a game that I want to play someday, though. I just don't know when. All right, we're in kind of rough shape. Can we walk past these folks? Yeah, we can. Okay, let's go heal. Oh shoot, we can't go back and heal. Oh darn, we jumped down for no reason. Alright, we made it. We're good. Floroma Town. Let's go get this double battle that we missed. I'm betting on these two having bug-type Pokemon. Nope, Pachirisu. Ground type is super effective against electric types. Yep, we don't have any ground type moves on our team right now. Nice. Double para, yep. The idea with bringing Static out was that Static has Intimidate, and so it would cut both of the monsters, or sorry, both of the Pokemon's attack immediately, and then we could whittle them down no matter, like, however we wanted to. The Spark was nice too. We had just unlocked Spark for that monster, for that Pokemon. And so it was my first time trying out that move. But it cutting the attack on both of the Pokemon at once is pretty high value. That's why I brought him out. And it was helpful because they were putting out a lot of quick attacks, which would have been more debilitating to us otherwise. Okay. We made it to Floaroma Town. Almost. Pokemon are monsters? Yeah. Yeah, no one calls them monsters though. I'm just saying monsters because I'm used to talking about Monster Hunter. Okay. We made it. I had a battle the other day and my Pokemon's HP got low. I thought we were done for. And then all of a sudden my Pokemon ate the berry it was holding. Whew! There have been problems with electric power lately. Is there some trouble at the Valley Woodworks? If you got Pokemon with you, it's safe for even a kid like you to go off traveling alone. What a nice world that is. I've had literally zero exposure to Digimon Noxed, so I have no opinion. Some kinds of Pokemon appear only if they're attracted by the sweet scent of honey. Pokemon must have an acute sense of smell. They can sense the aroma of honey from very far away. Welcome to Floaroma, the town of flowers, flowers, and more flowers. You should plant some flowers of your own, too. Yay for flowers! Yes, yep, Game God, that's what it's translated as. I'm going to dress up my Pokemon with cute accessories and take it to the TV station in Jubilife City. That way everyone in the region will be able to see my Pokemon. You can't buy berries or accessories at Pokemarts. It's better for me that way. I won't waste money impulse shopping. I wanted to get some flowers for the from the Floroma meadow, but some Team Galactic guys in snazzy outfits came along. Those Galactic guys went up to the meadow past these flowers here. I'll have to head up that way. There's an orange berry. Want to pick it? Yeah. Give me those berries, man. There's a cherry berry. Heck yeah. The berries you pick can be used as food for Pokemon. You can also trade them in at the florists. They'll exchange berries for accessories to dress up your Pokemon. Probably so, Game God. Do you know about the Grassidea flowers? They're given as bouquets to express feelings of gratitude. It's an enduring tradition around these parts. Okay. Floroma Town was a barren, desolate hill long ago, avoided even by Pokemon. People started planting flowers on it because it was such a sad place, but nothing would grow. People didn't know what to do. Then one day, someone expressed thanks for the blessings of nature, and then the whole hill burst into bloom. That's a nice story. Do you think it's cute how Pokemon pluck berries? Yeah. Here's the TM for the move Pluck. Nice. Speaking of moves, let's see if we can teach one of our Pokemon Rock Smash. Or not Rock Smash, Rock Tomb. Never mind, nobody can use it. I got drawn here by the sweet scent of honey. Seriously, what's what? What's that? What am I, a Pokemon or something? Honey. Let's take a look at those berries real fast and see what they would do for our Pokemon if we gave them to them. Berries. Cherry berry. A Poffin ingredient. It may be used or held by a Pokemon to recover from Para. A Poffin ingredient may be used or held by a Pokemon to heal the user by just 10 HP. Let's give that to somebody. Let's give that to... Let's give it to Citrus. And as for that, we'll give the Anti-Para to Cotton. Here. I simply love it here. The atmosphere is so uplifting. Okay. You came to get emotionally healed too, didn't you? Alright. This will be one of our last battles of the night. Aren't we Team Galactic? And we're assigned here? Standing around among flowers? This doesn't seem all that cool. Hey now, don't complain. This is a pretty decent assignment. But bug and grass type Pokemon so creep me out. I don't like being here either. Oh, huh? Do we not get to fight them? Oh, we don't get to fight them. Never mind. What the heck? That's weird. Thought for sure we'd be fighting these two, but I guess not. Okay. Guess we're just skipping town. Played 5 hours. It's a decent amount. More berries to pick. We'll do 1 or 2 more battles, or we'll catch 1 or 2 more Pokemon, and then we'll call it good here for the night. Stream's been going almost 6 hours now. Pretty decent amount. Help, help, trainer, please, I want to see my papa. My papa and I lived at the Valley Windworks, but then a whole bunch of people dressed up like spacemen came. They kicked me out, now they're making my papa do something. Please, trainer, I miss my papa. Shoot. Here we go. We, Team Galactic, are conducting research in the Eterna Forest. This is as far as you will go. Our research involves catching Pokemon in the flowery meadows of Floroma. We are also covertly stealing the energy of the Valley Windworks. But that is of no concern to you. Yes, it is. Oh, can I not go that way? Alright. Fine. I remember being able to collect, I think, catch Electabuzz here. Or Elekid, maybe? Oh, Buizel. Cool. Buizel's pretty neat. Floatzel's pretty cool, too. I remember Floatzel being, like, real high value towards the end of the game. Shoot, we killed it. I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Hope we'll find another one. Ooh, a Shellos. Cool. Mud bomb. Get wrecked. Oh shoot. Finally. Don't kill yourself. Oh no! Yikes! Whew. Got it. Alright, let me get a Weasel. Man, are we gonna not find another Weasel? I want to. That'll be, I think, what we end on, because I want to try and catch this last Pokemon. Oh, there's a Shinx. I was right. They do spawn here. What's up, Martz? Hi. We're trying to catch a Weasel to end our stream. We already caught the Shellos. You just got your presents and you're so pumped? What'd you get? Sounds exciting. Come on, Weasel. Man, I'm so sad we accidentally killed the first one. New earbuds, portable phone charger, crazy gamer Switch Pro controller. Neat. Clothes you like and your first personal weight set. Nice! That sounds like a whole bunch of cool stuff. Congrats. Man, where's this Weasel? There we go. That's sweet, Marks. Your early Christmas present was Brilliant Diamond, thanks to a close friend. That's awesome. How close are you to Eterna? We have to go through the power plant first, which I think I'm going to stop before we start tonight. My goal is to catch the last couple Pokemon we just got access to after going through Flow Aroma. We've been going about 6 hours now. It's pretty late at night. So I think that's where we're going to end it. But I had fun. This guy, straight up, is going to be named Bleach. Gotta have Bleach to run a food establishment. Eterna Forest is the most nostalgic bop in the game. Well, we can't get there right now. Sorry, Team Galactic's blocking the way. It won't last through. Alright. Let's go ahead and heal up our Pokemon here. It was fun playing this game, though. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope it was cozy. That was the goal, was to have a cozy Pokemon stream on Christmas for folks who wanted to watch it. And a nice way to end out the 12 days of NDS. Let's look through our Pokedex. Turtwig, Chimchar, Piplup. I didn't even realize we'd seen an Abra, but I guess we have. Seen 26, obtained 13. That's pretty good. Obtained half of the things we've seen. Stunky. What a name. Alright. Well, if it was anyone's first time by the stream, we normally don't stream Pokemon. We're normally streaming Monster Hunter here on Twitch. I'm going to have, I think, one more stream tomorrow before I'm going to be leaving on a trip for a little while. So look forward to a stream tomorrow night. If folks are still down, we're going to do some 4 Ultimate Custom quests tomorrow night for our stream. That'll be our last hurrah before I'm gone for a little while. Oh, man. Let's see. If you are interested in following for that, feel free and follow on Twitch so you can see when we're live. Also, you can jump into the Discord, the YouTube, or the Twitter via the links in the chat right now. Thank you for all these awesome streams. Thank you guys for tuning into them. I hope it was fun. I really enjoyed getting to play through these 12 days of Nintendo DS games. It was fun to come up with. It was fun to go through. I definitely had more fun doing this than I thought I was going to. So I think it will probably encourage me to do more, like a little bit out of our normal ideas like this in the future. Whether it'll be whole series like this or whatever it is, we'll see when we get to it. Let's see. If I don't see any of you tomorrow, then Happy New Year. I'm gonna be gone for a little bit, but hope you guys have a nice rest of the holiday season. Let's see. The last thing we're gonna do is, I guess, give somebody a raid. Let's see if we know anybody who's streaming Pokemon on Twitch. It was fun to see so many games. It was fun to get to dip into so many of them there. It was definitely a fun way of streaming some games here. Let's see. Do we have any friends streaming Pokemon? We do! We have our friend Jojo Josie streaming Pokemon X and Y, and that is absolutely who we're going to raid. I don't get to raid Josie super often. Enjoy the time over at Josie's stream. They run a quality place over there. Hope you guys enjoy their stream tonight as they play through Pokemon X and Y. I will see you guys tomorrow for one final Monster Hunter stream. Until then, I hope you guys have a nice night or a good day. Happy hunting or Pokemon hunting. And I'll see you guys next time. See you tomorrow for some more Monster Hunter. Good night. Have fun at Josie's.